Good day to everybody in our last day of this nice and wonderful cumbre, where we've got a lot of guests, nice guests. We have learned a lot. Friday, the first day of the cumbre, we have learned about regulations and of TCIM, then Saturday about research, Sunday, Traditional Medicine of Americas, and then this Friday, organization, implementation, and incorporation of TCIM into health system and services. Yesterday, we learned a lot about training. And today we have a very good day, a long day, but beautiful day. For our last day of this cumbre, I would like to thank everybody for being here, our guests, and all of you that are listening from many parts of the world. Again, good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and many thanks for being here. Today, we will have a long day, as I said, and so we will start with our first panel. It's about regulation on the use of TCIM products in different regions. The objective of this panel is to share experiences of the current normativity and regulation of the use of TCIM products in different countries and regions. The moderator of this panel will be Dr. Heather Carey. She works in the Integrative Medicine for the underserved. So we will have her moderating this panel, very interesting panel, with different guests invited. And afterwards, we will continue with panel 2. It's about regulation on the use of resources, products, and supplies for TCIM in the Americas, with the objective of approach the current regulation of the use of the resources, products, and supplies for the TCIM in the Americas. The moderation will be done by Dr. Rocío Santibáñez Acosta. She works in the pharmaceutical chemist of the National Center for Intercultural Health in Peru. Afterwards, I think before this panel, we will have an active pause between panel 1 and 2. We will have a short active pause of about 15 minutes. After that, we will continue with panel 2 and panel 3. Before panel 3, we will have the keynote talk about International Regulatory Corporation for Herbal Medicines. We will have Dr. Chun-Yu Wei. She is the Technical Officer, Traditional and Complementary Medicine of WHO. So it will be a very interesting talk. After that, we will have panel 3. It's about experiences in the systematization of resources, products, and supplies in TCIM. The objective of this panel is to become familiar with the processes of systematization of resources, products, and supplies for the application of TCIM. The moderator of this panel will be Dr. Luis Enrique Moreno Eusebio. He is the General Director of the National Quality Control Center, so he will be moderating this third panel. The fourth panel will be about pharmacopoeia and vademecum of the medicinal plants. The objective of this panel is to approach the characteristics and usefulness of medicinal plants in Pharmacopoeia American countries. We'll be moderating Alberto Salazar. He's a member of the CMTAC. After the fourth panel, we will have, I think, another pause. Yes, and continue with the conference of Biocommerce and Protection with Dr. Diana Flores. She is the Natural Resources Consultant from Latin Pharma in Peru. After this conference, we will have our final panel, the fifth one. It's about experiences of implementing the use of herbal products. The objective is to share experiences of the use of medicinal plants and herbal products in healthcare. The moderator will be Dr. Carmen Ponce. And finally, we will have our closure ceremony with Dr. Marta Villar. All of you know her. She is our great doctor from Peru. She has many experiences in this. So it will be a very good closing ceremony. So I hope you will have a very nice time today. Enjoy all the meetings. Ask all the questions you want. Because of your questions, this cumbre is more interesting because we all of us can learn of you and of the answers our guests are giving. So I hope you have a very nice day, and I will welcome the moderator of our first panel, Dr. Heather Carey from the Integrative Medicine for the Underserved. Very good morning, Dr. Heather Carey.
Hello, Monica. Thank you so much. However, I am not a doctor, but thank you for thinking of me as a doctor. It's such an honor to be part of this today, and welcome everyone. Today's panel is on the regulation of the use of TCIM products in different regions. And we start off with Dr. Hia Li, member of the Standardization Construction Committee of the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies. And Dr. Yali will be speaking on experiences of regulation of products and supplies of traditional medicine in China. Welcome, Dr. Yali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is He Yali from National Resources Center for Chinese Material Medical, China Academy of Chinese Medicine Sciences, Medical Sciences. Today, I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share something about TCM standards in China. Next, I will have a brief introduction about the research and the progress on standards of traditional Chinese medicine. There will be 4 parts in my presentation. The first part is about the importance of TCM standardization construction. In the guiding opinions of the State Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine on strengthening the traditional Chinese medicine standardization, it is said that TCM standardization is an important part of the development of TCM career. It is a basic, strategic and overall work, and it is the only way to promote the reform and development of TCM under the new situation. It is also said that standards are an important sign to measure the maturity of disciplines and an effective way to promote the academic development of TCM. The standards and the characteristics and advantages of TCM promote each other, which is an effective career to maintain and give play to the characteristic advantages of TCM. It is the basic basis for ensuring the quality and safety of TCM. And also it is an urgent need to promote the international dissemination of TCM. The second part is about the good opportunities we are seizing now for the development of TCM standardization. This year, we can see that we really are seizing the very good opportunities for the development of TCM standardization. In 2015, it is the 60th anniversary of the establishment of China Academy of Chinese Medical Sciences. President Xi Jinping pointed out that at present, the revitalization and the development of traditional Chinese medicine ushers in a great opportunity for the right time, the right place, and the harmony of people. It is necessary to earnestly inherit, develop, and use the precious wealth left by our ancestors of TCM. Also, the CPC, Central Committees, and the State Council also attached great importance to TCM work. A lot of the policies and regulations all made important instructions of TCM standardization, like in the outline of a strategic plan for the development of traditional Chinese medicine. One of the key tasks is to promote the implementation of TCM standardization action plan and build a high-quality product standard system for the whole chain of TCM industry. And also, in the law of the People's Republic of China on traditional Chinese medicine, which was officially issued in 2016, our article shows that the state should strengthen the construction of TCM agreement with other countries and international organizations, and also supported the building of 17 TCM centers overseas. With researcher Tu Youyou winning the highest award of the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2015, the international influence of TCM has also been further expanded. As we know that standards are the basic rules of international trade, the standards is established by the International Organization for Standardization, also called ISO, and other organizations are recognized by the International Trade Organization general standards and become the practice of international trade. In 2009, the Technical Committee for Traditional Chinese Medicine, ISO TC 249, has been agreed to established by International Organization for Standardization, and the secretariat of ISO TC 249 has been located in China, in Shanghai, China. Next, we'll have a brief introduction about the progress in TCM standardization in China this year. This year, the government made a great effort to improve the system constructions of TCM standardization. The main body for formulating standards with the Standardization Administration of China as the core has been gradually formed and is responsible for formulating TCM international standards, national standards, industry standards, and group standards, etc. Also, we identified the key areas for standardization construction, like the national standards. If it is of great significance for the national economic and technological development of the country, we usually make the national standards. And if the standards are formulated for the technical requirements that have no national standards and need to be unified in a certain industry scope nationwide, we usually make the industry standards. For national standards, it's mainly focused on the basic standards and the common technical standards, like the name terms of the basic theory of TCM, the TCM clinical diagnosis and treatment terms, the classification and the core terms of the TCM, also the acupuncture technical operation specification. And for industrial standards, for technical standards, usually focus on the prevention and treatment of common diseases, frequently occurring diseases, and major diseases. And for management standards, usually focus on the management of traditional Chinese medicine, medical treatment, education, and scientific research. And for group standards, technical standards usually focus on the prevention and treatment of clinical diseases and the quality standards of Chinese material medical and traditional Chinese medicine decoction pieces. And for the management standards, usually focus on the management of medical treatment, education, and scientific research of traditional Chinese medicine. Until now, according to incomplete statistics, there are currently a total of 64 ISO standards, more than 700 national standards, including the pharmacopoeias, and more than 5,000 industrial and other standards in the TCM industry. And the national standards of TCM with Chinese pharmacopoeia as the core becoming more and more perfect. The Chinese pharmacopoeia, we also call the CHP, is a drug code legally formulated by the state to ensure the controllable quality of drugs and ensure the safety and effectiveness of drugs, and is the most advanced and complete traditional drug standards in the world until now. Originated from the Chinese pharmacopoeia published in 1930, the first edition. Yeah, 11 editions have been compiled after the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949. And this is a correction diagram of previous pharmacopoeias. As we can see in this picture, more and more standards were made in these years. Also, the promulgation and implement of TCM group standards and other standards is also an important supplement to the Chinese pharmacopoeia. We take traditional Chinese medicine, the Chinese material medical, as an example. A total of more than 600 standards have been established in many fields, such as seed and seedlings, soil quality, technical specification for planting, collection, and processing, dowdy herbs, and specifications and grades of Chinese material medical to preliminary established a comprehensive and perfect standard system for TCM. Also, for the international standards, we give full play to the dominant position of traditional Chinese medicine characteristics and made a great effort in connecting with the international pharmacopoeia standards like the USP, the European Pharmacopoeia, and the French Pharmacopoeia, etc. Like the European Pharmacopoeia, at present, 66 TCM standards, such as Panax, Noto, Ginseng, have been included in the European Pharmacopoeia already, accounting for more than 1/3 of the 184 herbal medicines in the European Pharmacopoeia. Another great effort for international standards, we took part in a lot of the works of ISO TC 249. And now, as you can see in my presentation, now there are 6 working groups in ISO TC 249 focusing on the safety and quality of natural materials, the manufactured products, and the medical equipment, and also for TCF informatic and terminology, surface, education, and research. And now there are 64 ISO standards, 64 TCM standards have already been published by ISO TC 249, and there are 31 standards being developed. Almost 100 standards is now in ISO TC 249. The last part is about the practical experience in TCM standardization construction. First, about the standards. The standard is to get the best order within a certain range. It is a document that prescribes common and reusable rules, guidelines, or features to an activity in order to obtain the best order within a range. And it is based on the combined result of scientific, technical, and practical experience with the aim of promoting optimal social benefits. Then what are the standards with TCM characteristics? Is it referring to chemical standards or referring to the green industry standards for import and export of medicinal plant and preparations? Or is it referring to food standards? If you think in this way, the particularity of the TCM has not been considered. For all these years, we made the TCM standards. We think there are 3 key points that are very important if we want to make the TCM standard. The first one is to grasping the needs. As we all know that the standards is for the market. So adhering to the demand orientation, find key technologies, and formulating the right standard for the market is very important. And the second key point is to focusing on methods. Methods is also very important. We need to think how to learn the mature methodological technologies and carry out the pioneering research to the process of clinical evaluation of TCM and develop the clinical practice guidelines. And third one is about focusing on the quality. Quality of the standards is also very important. Standardization construction is a long-term and complex work, which should be carried out as a long-term work in a planned, phased, step-by-step, and hierarchic manner. For the so-called standard of standard and the general standard with guiding roles in the development of specific standards in the whole field of TCM, it is very necessary to take a step first and then intensify the research on basic standards and common technologies in order to improve the effectiveness and the scientificity of standardization work in the future. So that's all my presentation for the standards now situation in China. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Yali. The theme of our next presentation is the experiences of regulation of products and supplies of the Ministry of Ayush. Our first presenter is Dr. J.L.N. Sastry. Dr. Sastry is the CEO of the National Medicinal Plants Board. Welcome, Dr. Sastry.
Dr. Sastry, apologize, but we are not able to hear you. It's something with your mic,
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks to the organizers of Second World Summit on TCIM. Indeed, it's my pleasure to be part of it. Just a month back, I've come out of NMPB, but still I'm mentoring in that projects, and I'm heading an R&D right now with ABO. So today I will discuss about the standards and regulations on the use of useful resources, products, and supplies of TCIM. I was also leading the drug policy section for a while. So as you all know, just I want to say hello and welcome to all of you. And this your marble of Peru, Mirabilis jalapa, is very famous here. One for the anti-cancer properties. The other thing is an ornamental species for us. The Ministry of Ayush in India is actually the controller of the entire regulations and all the aspects related to the system, which is having a cabinet minister and a minister for state, and headed by a technical person as Secretary Ayush. And it is well controlled by the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940, and the rules are there under 1945. It was a department of ISM, and then it has become a department of Ayush. And Ayush is an acronym now, covering Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, and Savarikpa. And then we have a ministry separately formed in 2015, and till recently, there is a Central Council for Indian Medicine, which was mainly taking care of the traditional medicine related education. Now we have a national committee which is now in place with the 2020 new amendments, and the NCIM is in place right now. And we have the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda, Central Council for Siddha, Homeopathy, and Unani. We have pharmacopoeia laboratory. We have a pharmacopoeia committee, which will be helpful in making pharmacopoeia monographs. And this will be ultimately bringing out the formulary also. And we have a WHO GMP certification for exports and higher premium certification for the domestic supplies. And we have a lot of drug testing laboratories also. So the Drug Act basically covers both the modern system of medicine and the traditional system of medicine. And there is a specific chapter by name Chapter 4A. Apart from that, the Section 3A and 3H will basically cover the basic drugs, that is the classical formulation based on the authoritative texts coming from the ancient days. They have been identified. And then you have a proprietary medicines on the basis of the observations and the research. These formulations will be made. And we have about 21 rules, which will cover right from the manufacturing, the licensing, and maybe the loan license, and the standards. Rule 168 speaks about the standards, and then the stability, then the clinical research and preclinical research that will be conducted for the proprietary formulations. It is a very well structured Drug Act, and it has a schedule called T schedule, which will speak about the good manufacturing practices. And apart from that, those who are into export or they're into the supplies to the government, then they will be having a WHO GMP or the Ayush Premium certification. So these are the rules I was talking about. Basically, they are meant for the good practices, manufacturing practices, and then we have the standards which have come from Rule 168, where the pharmacopoeia laboratory, the TCIM, and all other bodies will come together and form the kind of formulations required. You know the Pharmacopoeia Committee, I just mentioned about it, and this was constituted in 1962, and it is instrumental in bringing out all these volumes. Today, the single raw material related monographs are in the part 1, and the formulations, the polyherbal formulations are there in the, and their standards are there in the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia part 2. There are 4 volumes of part 2 and 9 volumes of part 1. And we use minerals and metals, some other formulations. So the volume 7 speaks about it. And afterwards, we have the monographs for the TLCs also. And these are all 645 monographs. And then part 2, you have 203. 645 are single and 200 are polyherbal. And these are the formularies. We have 3 volumes of the formularies of Ayurveda, which covers about 635 formulations, which are there in the books of first schedule. And these are the 3 volumes. And there is a drug technical advisory board for Ayush systems. This is ASU DTAP, we call it as. About 13 members are there who will carefully go through the proposals for any of the new amendments or new regulations and maybe new standards if they are proposed. They all will be gone through this ASU DTAP. And the Pharmacopoeia Laboratory of Indian Medicine will be setting up the standards with the guidance of Pharmacopoeia Commission. And we have several governmental and non-governmental institutes which have been recognized as drug testing laboratories. And now the enable accreditation has been made mandatory to be recognized as a drug testing laboratory. And we have councils for individual systems. I mentioned about it. Recently, there's an amendment. And this is the National Medicinal Plant Board, which ultimately looks at the requirements of natural resources. It is a member in the National Biodiversity Authority, and it helps everyone who is in need of the natural products, raw material especially. And they have a website which helps the industry. It's called eCharak. And they also have a mobile app. They update the prices of the raw material, availability of the raw material from length and breadth of the country. There are about 7 regional centers which will report this on every bi-weekly basis, and every 3 weeks there is an updation on the website. And we recently introduced the e-Aushadhi portal for the registration, online registration of Ayush products. And these are the research councils. All the 4 systems have the research councils. And on 31st March 2013, the good clinical practice guidelines have been issued for providing the proof of effectiveness, safety, and efficacy of the Ayush proprietary formulations. And the quality standards, as you all know, have been well defined through the Pharmacopoeia monographs. So these are the different categories. It may be a raw material, intermediate, or a finished product. For all of them, you have the standards laid down either part 1 or part 2 of this thing. And the main parameters, though there are multiple, the main parameters, what you'll be looking at for the standards will be description, moisture, ash value, water soluble and alcohol soluble extractive values, the thin layer chromatography, microscopic descriptions, microbial loads, heavy metals, and aflatoxins. So this is the flow chart if we are making any herbal extract using the raw material. And these flow charts are available on the website. Just I'm referring, I will run through this. And all these the formats are available on the website for the industry, how to use them whenever they go for exports. So this is available. The limits of the pesticides is defined, and the microbial loads and other things are defined. Even the shelf life, as a matter of fact, right from 2016, a stringent shelf life protocol has been introduced. Initially, only the real-time stability was allowed. Now, with the latest amendment, you have the accelerated stability also, which has come into picture. And for any export, this is the protocol like anybody else follows the WHO protocol. The temperate, subtropical, hot and dry, or hot and humid, all the 4 zones are covered. And this is a formulary volume 8, where the API volume 8, where The accelerated and long-term stability protocols have been provided. And this is the WHO protocol. This is the one and same that I wanted to show you. And all this, what is going to do? Just with one example, I'll be concluding. I'll be coming to my last slide, one slide. See, if you look at a herb called ashwagandha, Withania somnifera, today we proudly say this is the third largest selling herb in US market, and export exponentially increased because of COVID management. And even in UK, a clinical trial has begun with this particular herb. We have characterized the main active, biologically active principles. All your 11 different metabolites have been identified, and the standardization method is established. Likewise, we have standardized all other these things. So what I wanted to confirm to you is in India, right from 1923, the process of integration started with the Usmania Committee in Madras State. And in 1947, just after independence, the Chopra Committee has recommended for an integrative approach with traditional Indian medicine. And that's how the system has emerged. Between 1947 and 1970, there are integrative courses like LIM, GCM, GCM. And in 1970, proper syllabus was made for all the branches of BMS for Ayurveda, Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery, and Homeopathy Medicine and Surgery, Bachelor degree, and Unani Medicine Surgery, and Siddha and Yoga. So in 2014 onwards, the ICE systems were included in the national healthcare programs, and rest is very well known. NRHM schemes, women child development schemes, the wellness centers, all are having the Ayush systems integrated with the national requirements, healthcare requirements. In 2020 April, the interdisciplinary task force for COVID is an integrative approach. The integrated national protocol COVID management is also proving that these are the latest things I'm speaking to you. And then you have interdisciplinary technical review committee today. The traditional systems of medicine in India produces some of the Ayush products. They will be reviewed by this technical committee, which comprises the doctors and scientists from the various fields. And then the clinical studies of COVID have been conducted, and various other aspects also been conducted. Just I'm giving the latest example. Ayush and Central Council for Industrial Research, and then Science and Industrial Research, Ayush DBT preclinical studies, and so many things. So right now, when we discuss today, we have an NMC, the kind of approach for Ayush also, and the National Medical Commission is also looking at the Ayush training to the modern medical graduates. So that's the kind of, earlier the integration was from the indigenous systems of the traditional medicine side, and now it has been taken to the other side also, which is a very good and welcoming sign. And with this, I just would like to say, ciao, gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sastry, for that presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. Anil Kirana. Dr. Kirana is the General Director of the Central Council for Research in Homeopathy at the Ministry of Ayush in India. Welcome, Dr. Kirana.
I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thanks organizers for inviting me to this webinar on traditional, complementary and integrative medicine.
Dr. Kirana, excuse me, can you put it in full screen, please?
I'm doing it.
You are. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. So when we talk about India, India is a pluralistic system of medicine where Ayush and modern medicine, so-called allopathy, are practiced together. But there are different regulations there are different bodies to regulate system of medicines. And you see, we are multicultural, multilinguistic, democratic, 32 states, and nearly 5,000 different kind of communities living together. And when we talk about the oldest therapy is Ayurveda, which Dr. Shastri talked about. And there are other systems, Unani allopathy, which entered from ruling dynasty, and so homeopathy also came up in 19th century to India. And homeopathy is unique in the different kind of principles of use of this particular system underlying the practice. And when we talk about the regulatory framework of ASU and H, and Dr. Shastri has already explained about this. When we talk about this particular aspect of standardization, and the standardization and quality control are simultaneously taken up through research and development, and augmentation of medicine plants resources is a basic work which has been taken up by National Medicine Plant Board. And now the government of India has a policy of 2017 of mainstreaming of Ayush and integrating in different health programs. And there is also efforts are going on for revitalization of local health traditions. Now, when we talk about TCIM resources and products, basically it starts from the very basic cultivation, preservation, and storage of raw sources of plant-based drugs, followed by quality manufacturing and storage of products as per pharmacopoeia standards according to use in respective Ayush systems, and evidence-based research for safety and clinical efficacy of product before marketing. Now, Medicine Plant Board was set up under a government resolution on 24th November 2000 under the chairmanship of Union Health and Family Welfare. So basically this board has been established which would be responsible for coordination of all matters relating to medicine plants and assessment of demand supply position relating to medicine plant, and advise the concerned ministries, department, organizations, states for proper coordination. And this National Medicine Plant will provide guidance in the formulation of proposals, schemes, and programs, identification, inventorization, promotion of ex and in situ cultivation, and conservation of medicine plants, and matter related to import, export of raw material, as well as value-added products, undertaking and awarding scientific technological research and cost-effectiveness studies, and development of protocols for cultivation and control, and encouraging the protection of patent rights and IPR issues. This has a special scheme to promote or develop herbal gardens, basically by the public, like home herbal gardens, use of home remedies, by schools and colleges to actually support institutions for increasing knowledge, and by states for supply to manufacturing firms and preservation of endangered species. This is one of the example of herbal garden which is developed by CCRH in southern part of India in Nilgiri Hills, where plants of exotic origin which are used in homeopathy are cultivated. It has a scheme of consortia for medicine plants also. This scheme supports end-to-end conservation and cultivation activities along with good post-harvesting. Seed-to-shelf approach addresses quality planting materials, good agriculture practices, good post-harvest practices, and there are different people or the agency which are eligible are farmers, quality planting manufacturing centers, other seed banks, nurseries, self-help groups of NGOs, traders, manufacturers, exporters, pharma research institute, agriculture universities. Now, Indian Medicine Plant, another database which is available on this particular website of NMPB. This database incorporates almost more than 7,000 botanical names, 5,000 authentic images of Indian medicine plants, and these contains different Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, Sovaric, and folk medicine information also. Now, the National Health Policy in 2017 addressed the mainstreaming of potentials of Ayush, and the basic purpose was the National Health Policy would continue mainstreaming of Ayush with general health system, but with the addition of a mandatory bridge course that gives 15 competencies to mid-level care provider with respect to allopathic remedies. And that is what Dr. Sastry has also explained, that this is to sensitize our allopathic side about the Ayush systems. The non-communicable diseases, the policy focuses also on research. It emphasizes developing protocol for mainstreaming Ayush as an integrated medical care. This has a huge potential for effective prevention and therapy that is safe and cost effective. Now, there's a Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, which is the topmost regulatory body for controlling the quality of homeopathic medicines, and also to look towards manufacturing, quality manufacturing, and then testing also. So it lays down standards of preparation of homeopathic drugs, undertakes training of state government officials, engage in quality control, quality assurance, and the laboratory uses modern technology in established standards and maintaining quality of medicines. There's a subcommittee of DTV, which Dr. Sastry has already talked about. Now it also looks towards homeopathy side. Now the process of there was amendments in Drug and Cosmetic Act rules. There's a subcommittee of DTAB, then the Technical Advisory Board, then there's an approval by Ministry, draft notification for public response, and final notification about these amendments, which are required from time to time in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act rules. And then there's a legal provision of Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India. The homeopathic drug-related issues are governed by the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Rules 1945. The Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India is included in the second schedule of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and 1966. And when we have, these are the different regulatory bodies, like the TCIM Act lays down standards for homeopathic drugs, their verification for testing the purity and quality. Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia Committee basically approves the standards, and then Ministry of Ayush publishes the approved work of PCMH, the Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India. And the other organizations which support in developing these standards is Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, which conducts and monitors the research activities in homeopathy. It conducts drug selection studies and give inputs for drug monographs. These are 10 volumes which have been published, and 11th is on the anvil, which will be soon released. And these 10 volumes contain 1,111 monographs, and there are certain new drugs and revised drugs also. A revision of these drugs has started now because the first volume was published in 1971. There's a need to actually imbibe more technological inputs into our information. And these are different type of drugs, like plant-based drugs, almost 716 in these 10 volumes. Chemical drugs, 332. Geological origin drugs, 42. Mineral, hormones, and nosode. Nosode is basically in homeopathy are those drugs which are prepared from the disease products, microorganisms, even, and tissue products. Then quality of monographs, these are basically looked by subcommittee, which is constituted by HPC to improve the quality of monographs. These are different standards, monographs available for different drugs of different origin, like plant, animal, biological, or chemical origin. So Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules, which have already been explained by Dr. Sastry, I need not to repeat them. Manufacturing, sale, and distribution of these are controlled by the CDSO, the Drugs and Drug General Controller of India. And there are current regulatory framework which is there mentioned in Drugs and Cosmetic Act under different rules. The good manufacturing practices are separately a mandatory requirement for all manufacturing concerns in India. They have to get this GMP certification before manufacturing of homeopathic medicines. And these are some of the states where we have GMP compliant homeopathic manufacturing industry, almost 48 to 49 such manufacturing units. And there's a current regulatory, when we say the sample of homeopathic drugs collected by the state regulators are given to PCMH, formerly under HPL, for testing. And the sample report is submitted back to the regulatory authorities. And There are monitoring of quality drugs and cosmetics marketed in the country, licensing of establishment for sale or distribution of drug, approval of drug testing laboratories, functions like licensing of manufacturing site for drugs, investigation and prosecution in respect of contravention of legal provision and recall of substandard drugs. Then there are state regulators which look into this aspect of monitoring of quality drugs and cosmetics marketed in the country actually. The sample report is submitted back to the regulatory authorities for any further administrative action. Now, CDSO is a central drugs standards and control organization, which is the central authority for discharging functions assigned to the central government of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. It basically regulates control over the import of drugs, approval of new drugs and clinical trials, and meetings of Drug Technical Advisory Board, all this.
Dr. Khurana, I think we may be having trouble with transmission of Dr. Khurana's presentation. Dr. Khurana, can you hear us? Okay, I think maybe we have, that presentation has ended. Thank you, Dr. Khurana, for that excellent presentation. The theme of our next presentation is the experiences of regulation of products and supplies of TCIM in the African region. Our presenter is Dr. Peter By James. He's a post. Hello, thank you, Dr. Khurana, for that presentation. The theme of our next presentation is the experiences of regulation of products and supplies of TCM in the African region. Our presenter is Dr. Peter By James. Dr. James is a postdoctoral research fellow at the National Center for Naturopathic Medicine at Southern Cross University in Australia. Welcome, Dr. James.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Haida. And thanks very much to the organizers for allowing me to be part of this all important webinar.
Excuse me, Dr. James, can you put it into full screen for us? We can see your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
Perfect.
So thanks very much for that introduction, and thanks very much to the organizers. I will give an overview of what the regulation of traditional and complementary medicine is in the African region. I will talk about the need for regulation, the principle and the current regulatory picture of traditional complementary medicine in Africa, and what are the current challenges that we face, and what should be done, or what we look forward to. Generally, we all know that traditional medicine and complementary medicine, they do differ. When we talk about traditional medicine, usually we'll talk about the knowledge and skills and theories and beliefs and experiences of indigenous to different countries, whether they're explicable or not. And And then complementary or alternative medicine is like usually they are interchangeable, and it's like they do refer to a broad head of practices that are usually not really part of the a particular country's tradition. Most of the time, they are more like imported. And we will talk about herbal medicines, which obviously we include herbs, herbal materials, or preparation or products that have coming from either plant-based or mostly obviously plant-based and animal or minerals. So the need for regulation. Obviously, we all know that traditional medicines or traditional complementary medicines have they need their usage has grown so much over the years, and especially in the African region, most people use it for primary healthcare purposes, and then that is attributed to the affordability and accessibility, because healthcare usually in African region is much more expensive, and so a lot of people are obviously trying to get a cheaper alternative. And the other option is again, other reason again is because of it's also part of a tradition of our own tradition. Yeah, even before the colonizers came into Africa, African traditional medicine has been the mainstay. It's only when um, the white or Western medicine came in, and that was the time they made traditional African traditional medicine um, to look as if it's like it's not it's satanic, and most of the time, and they try to put laws to really put it out of practice. But our people continue using it despite that. And after independence, a lot of countries started like regaining their identity again, and so African traditional medicine starts regaining its purpose. And since then, it has grown so much. We see that, but the evidence of quality usually, and efficacy and safety is not something that is really guaranteed in most countries, because it's like in as much as people are using it, the quality, standardization, and that has to do that has a link with its safety, is always something that is already is always questionable. And even the people, the practitioners that are handling it, how do they, in as much as they have that traditional knowledge, but in terms of preparation of their medicine, is always something that is questionable. So regulation obviously is very key strategy to ensure that we ensure that what people are taking, it's safe and it's effective. That is what they say it can do. It does it, and it's of high quality. That is, it's like it's not contaminated or whatever, and it's standardized and everything. I would just give an overview of how regulation of African traditional medicine started after the Alma Ata Declaration in 1978. And then most countries in Africa started getting the independence. A lot of them started like promoting the use of traditional medicine. It was not now, it was something that it was open. A lot of people were openly practicing it. But there was no, after that, there was no really a clear mandate, like how most countries should go about regulating those products. So people were doing what they want to do. And obviously with time, obviously some certain countries started putting laws in place, started including even in their national health policy, in their national regulation, they started including traditional medicine, but it was not really so clear. So the WHO Africa region in 1998 did a survey to really know, to really like scout the landscape, to know what is actually available, what was actually happening. So in that survey, they realized that only 12 out of 36 countries that were surveyed had formulated national policies on traditional medicine. And only 8 among those ones, only 8 of them had regulation on traditional medicine. So obviously that led to the need that there's need for there's a need for regulation, because a lot of countries did not, there were no laws, no statutory instrument that can guide the regulation of traditional medicine. And so in 1999, in the 49th session of the WHO in Africa, which was held in Namibia, that meeting, that meeting, it included obviously heads of state for most African countries and the representatives from the Ministry of Health. They all agreed that there's a need for some amount of regulation, and so the WHO African region was tasked to develop a comprehensive regional strategy on traditional medicine that member states will use to start like implementing, with the aim of integrating traditional medicine into the mainstream healthcare system. So that led to, that resolution was also was had also was asking that the WHO supports member states in carrying out research into medicinal plants and promoting their use in the healthcare delivery system. So in 2000, again in 2000, there was also a meeting in Burkina Faso as a follow-up meeting to see what has been done so far. And that meeting also led to the agreement that there should be a strategy on traditional medicine that supports member states in development of guidelines in the formulation and evaluation of national policies on traditional medicine, and also advise countries regarding the relevant legislation for the practice of traditional medicine. And then the African Union also developed a health for all policy, which also reiterate the need that then there's a need for a framework that member states in the whole African region can rely on to accelerate the registration of traditional medicine, because it's like they realize that most people in the African region are using traditional medicine, and then the need to ensure that it is safe and effective and high quality is needed. So in 2004, the WHO developed a guideline for the registration of traditional medicine. And within that guideline, it looks at the classification of traditional medicine, what will be the minimum regulatory requirements for the registration of traditional medicine, and also the training of regulators or national regulatory authorities, because that was another issue that most national regulatory authorities, the reason why they don't really do it, we're not really regulating traditional medicine at that moment, was there was no template or there's no framework that they can work on. And research was not really, much research has not been done to really guide their work. So this, but in regulation, obviously, for traditional, generally regulation, even whether it's traditional medicine or allopathic or conventional medicine, these three things that there are three things that usually we need to ensure, which is quality, safety, and efficacy. And we see that all three are intertwined. That is ensuring quality through standardization. You are also ensuring that the product is safe, and whether by also ensuring that its quality, you're also ensuring that the product also what they say it can do, it will do it. So also, obviously, with regards to African traditional medicine, other key principle for regulation is how do we define traditional use, because that is also very important. Traditional use can be very definition of, well, acknowledging the traditional use of the product. That is how long it has been in the society or in the community is very important. And whatever, and the other thing that we need to consider also in terms of regulating, especially when it comes to registration of those products, is has to do with the available literature that exists. So it's that can be form of pharmacopoeias, whether they're pharmacopoeia already exist, or whether there are studies have been done, preclinical or clinical studies have been done. Then also you have each and every country, you have to look at their own local context, their own culture that looks behind, and even the population that are using this particular product. And so it's like in making decisions, these are things that you need to consider. And obviously, what constitutes traditional medicine is really important, and when it's especially because inside the countries, the traditional and complementary medicine is not only herbal medicine, but it can also include vitamins. It can also include supplements and the like. So each and every country varies, you know. So in deciding which is like each country has to decide has to clearly define that, and that should be part of their legislation. So currently the WHO has
Dr. James, excuse me, we're at the end of our time here. Could you just wrap up your presentation, and then we'll go to questions and answers, please?
Okay. So yeah, basically it's like in terms of regulatory picture, generally we have 4 categories, and based on those categories, then it's like they have certain standards that they have to fulfill. These are, you have to category 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 and 2 is more of based on the traditional use. You look at it and the history of use. Whereas 3 and 4, you have to do a lot of preclinical and clinical data for it to be registered. And minimum requirements, obviously, of safety in botanical name and everything. Then efficacy obviously has to be there, and packaging, labeling as based on the regulatory requirements. And this is just a schematic diagram of what registration will look like and how. Then generally, the progress that has been made so far in terms of laws, so we see that from 2000 to 2020, we see there's a progress has been made in number of laws that have, number of countries that have a regulation in terms of herbal medicine, and how many products have been registered. We see that it's gradually increasing, and And those that have expansion as included pharmacovigilance system for herbal medicine, we see that has also increased. And this is just examples of some of the products within the African region for malaria and for sickle cell that have been registered, and here they have been registered.
Thank you, Dr. James.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Do you want to do your last slide here? Sorry
well,
to.
it's like, these are the challenges I just talked about, regulation in terms of safety. But I don't know, because of you said the time is already off. Maybe we'll discuss more during the question and answer session. I don't want to.
Thank you, Dr. James. Thank you so much. So this is our question and answer time. And Monica or Rocio, do you see any questions I don't have access to the YouTube channel right now. Are there any questions there?
Yes, I saw a question let me get it. There's I saw one question in the chat. It's about, it's in Spanish, so I will ask it in Spanish now.
Okay.
It says, ¿se ha previsto algún cambio en los medicamentos de origen?
Is there any change foreseen in the animal-derived medicine after the pandemic?
Animal-derived medicines being foreseen after the pandemic, considering the fragility of the ecosystem? There's one question I saw.
And Monica, who is this question for? Is it for any of the panelists?
It doesn't say any, but I think just for all of them maybe, or for whom want to answer it.
Dear panelists, would one of you like to answer that question? If so, go ahead and just come back onto the screen, please.
May I, Dr. Khurana? In India, actually, for animal origin drugs, if there's already policy in place under pharmacopoeia. There's standards are laid down, and for any kind of a contamination, or say if there's any kind of a requirement of safety, all these are in place when we talk about these animal products. And especially these issues are also addressed by one of the document by WHO relating to homeopathic medicines. So this is very well addressed in India, and nosodes which are prepared from the microorganisms, a special care has been taken up for developing such drugs which are to be used for public use actually.
Thank you, Dr. Khurana. Do we have any other questions coming in from the YouTube channel, or?
I don't see another question yet, so.
Perhaps that is perfect, because it looks like it's time for us to go on a break. So thank you, everyone.
I see one question. I don't know if we have time for it. In Spanish, it says, ¿cuáles son los parámetros de calidad para diferenciar?
The question is, what are the parameters of quality to make a difference between a phytotherapeutic tincture and a homeopathic tincture for the Indian panelists?
Quality parameters? Let me see. Okay, which are the quality parameters to differentiate a phytotherapeutic? I don't know how to say it in English. From
naturopathic?
No.
Homeopathic?
Tintura, we say in Spanish. I don't know how you say in English.
Tincture.
Maybe the
yeah, there are well laid, actually, where there are well drawn parameters for preparation of tinctures from homeopathic medicines. And these standards are now being revised, and all HPTLC parameters are also now added into our monographs, which are published in Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India. And now we have started harmonizing these standards with US Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia. Homeopathy is being practiced in more than 80 countries, and there are different pharmacopoeias in different countries related to homeopathic medicine. Now we have started harmonizing these monographs so that will help in export import of these homeopathic medicines. And the quality parameters are very well laid down in a Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India, which are available on the website of Pharmacopoeia Commission.
Great, thank you, Dr. Khurana. So thank you, dear panelists. These have been just so informative presentations, and we thank you all for being part of this panel today. So it is now time for us to pause and take a break, and so may you enjoy your break. Thanks so much, everyone.
Many thanks, Heather. Many thanks for all our panelists. We have learned a lot about manufacturing and regulating, and that's very useful for policies and integrating all these TCIM products. So many thanks for all of them. And as Heather said, we have to go now to a pause. So we can rest a little bit, move a little bit. This is a long day. And remember, we have YouTube channels in Spanish and English for all of you that want to join us and listen to this conferences. Many thanks, and go for some rest.
Hola, soy Eduardo Flores Allende desde el Pucará del Dique de los Sauces de la provincia de
Mr. Flores from Argentina, Pucará. In this active pause of traditional medicine, I will do an exercise in order to reestablish the energy and provide strength to our body. And so this active pause will be a useful pause for you. We'll do 2 exercises that we do in our regional hospital. One is known as, well, this is known as yoga therapy. So let's start with the exercises. Let's always breathe through the mouth and keep your spine straight to the nose, and breathe out to the mouth. You raise your arms like this, and you exhale slowly. Again, raise your arms and breathe in. And now breathe out slowly, lowering your arms. Now we do the first movement, which is called Pillars of the Sky. You breathe in and then breathe out very slowly by raising your arms like this, as if you were holding the sky in its place. And then you lower your arms and exhale. And now we do the exercise that is called the arrow. It's like this. So I do this sweeping movement with my arm. I breathe in as if I were tensing an arch. And so I exhale to the other side. I repeat the breathing in. I exhale. And I put back my feet so that they are under my shoulders. I inhale again and separate the hands in a movement called separating heavens from the earth. I look at my hand that is on the upper side, I mean, holding the sky, and I alternate the posture of my hand. They cross before my face. A long exhalation. I put my hands back before my breast and I lower them like this. I inhale, I exhale. For the next movement, we become an owl that is straightening her head. I do like this. And I stretch all my torso like an owl turning her head to the sides, like this. During the next exhalation, I put both my arms, I balance both my arms, do an inhalation and exhalation like this, moving my arms. I inhale, and then I start this sweeping movement again. I put my arms up. I put them down until I reach my my legs, and then I stretch my spine by bending like this. And I look behind me. During the next exhalation, I do this movement and I look behind again. And I come back to the center, always inhaling and exhaling slowly. I put my arms up and then down. I inhale and I exhale. I take my thumbs and put them behind my back, and I flex my torso forward. I take my arms to my legs. If I'll try to reach the soil, and then I put my hands behind my back, and I arch my back arch my spine backwards like this, looking up to the sky. During the next exhalation, I slowly repeat this movement outside the legs, on the inside of the legs, to the lumbar region, and I arch my back backwards like this, a little bit more than before. I come back to my normal position. I inhale and I exhale.
Separo las piernas nuevamente.
I separate my legs again
Puños al costado de la cintura.
and put my arms like this
Exhalo.
on both sides of my torso. And I put my arm forward with a fist. And then I stretch my hand and I take back the energy that the earth gives me and I put my arm back to its place. And then I do the same thing with the other arm and hand. I inhale, I take back the energy of the earth with me and I put my fist back near my torso. And I always breathe in and breathe out slowly. Now I do the same thing to the sides.
Hacia el otro.
The other side.
Hacia ambos lados.
Both sides.
Hacia el frente ambos puños.
Both arms forward. Like this.
Y llevo los codos bien hacia arriba.
And then I put my elbows up like this.
Bajo la energía.
I push
Al
my
subir
hands
los
down.
pies.
I put my legs together.
Bajo. Al inhalar. Despego los
I
pies. Inhalo. Tengo el aire.
put my
Y me dejo llevar
feet.
sobre los
Well,
talones.
I try to balance myself on my feet. I get back on my heels and exhale. And then I inhale and go back on my heels and I exhale like this.
Y lo repito hasta 7 veces.
I repeat this up to 7 times
Tomo energía.
and take up the energy.
Y con una larga exhalación la
And
dejo
with a
pasar
long
por
exhalation, I bring back the energy to my center.
y siento cómo me inunda cada
And
músculo
I feel how this energy penetrates into
saludo final.
each part of my body. And I finish with this salute.
El otro ejercicio que vamos a compartir en este
The other
momento
exercise we're going to share is
que es para el
the
fortalecimiento de toda la
salute of the cat, which is in order to strengthen your spine. So we have to adopt the cat posture. We will inhale and push the abdomen down and close your shoulder blades. Then you exhale and arch your column back like this, your spine. You push your spine up and then you push your spine down. All this accompanying it with the appropriate breathing. In some cases, we can also go to the side like this, always accompanying it with the breathing in and breathing out. I exhale in double the time I breathe in. I breathe in and then I breathe out very slowly. And I go to the other side.
Muy bien. Les agradezco muchísimo
Very well. I thank you all for having accompanied us in this active pause. Don't forget these exercises because these exercises will help you fight the stress accumulated during work hours. Thank you very much.
Rocío, ¿estamos en vivo?
Ok, muy buenos días. Buenos días, buenas
Good
tardes.
morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of our friends in the different parts of the world. We'll continue with panel 2. We'll be talking about regulation and the use of resources, products, and supplies for MTCI. TCIM, sorry, Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine. I'm Rocío Santibáñez Acosta. I'm a pharmacist. I'm a specialist in the Natural Intercultural Healthcare Center of the Ministry of Health approved. We will now have a very honorable panel for us. It will be made up by very important lectures. Can you please pass me the slides? Dr. Charles Wood. He's an expert pharmacologist, the FDA, the Federal Drugs and Administration Agency. I'm sorry, Federal Drugs Food and Drug Administration of the United States. He was trained in clinical medicine, including Chinese traditional medicine, and he has a PhD from the University of Amsterdam. He has been working at the FDA since 2001 after a fellowship at the NCI of the NIH. Dr. Wu joined the botanical review team and serves as team lead at CDER of FDA. After having worked at CDER for over 15 years, he has been a reviewer in this area for many years. He has published over 30 peer-reviewed papers. Dr. João Silveiro Perfeito is a coordinator of the National Agency for Health Surveillance in Brazil. He graduated at the University of Brasilia in clinical industrial pharmacy. He has specialization in pharmaceutical industrial management and in sanitary surveillance. And he has a master's degree in health sciences, also from the University of Brasilia. He is a specialist in sanitary regulation, health regulation, and surveillance at Anvisa. He started there in 2017, and since 2016, he has been the manager of the registration area of specific herbal dynamized notified medicinal gases at Anvisa. We also have Dr. Germán Benítez, member of the Committee of Natural and Homeopathic Products of INVIMA, Colombia. He is a medical surgeon from the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana. He has a master's degree in alternative medicine, homeopathy, from the National University of Colombia at the School of Medicine. He has been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, neurotherapy, osteopathy, auricular medicine, and auriculotherapy. He is professor of the specialization in homeopathic medicine at the Luis G. Baez University Foundation. He is a regular lecturer at the master's degree studies of alternative medicine in the area of homeopathy at the National University of Colombia. He also teaches homeopathy at the Medicine School of the University of Antioquia and alternative medicine at the School of Medicine of the Nueva Granada Military University. He's a board member of the Homeopathic Medical Association of Colombia. Finally, we also have Dr. Diadelis Ramirez Figueredo from the Center of Control for Drug and medical equipment and devices agency. Dr. Diameli Ramirez is a Cuban national researcher at the Center for State Control of the Quality of Medicines, Medical Equipment and Devices. And she is Vice President of the Cuban Society of Pharmacology. Having said this, we'll start with a presentation of our great guests. We'd like to welcome the first presentation, Dr. Charles Wu from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration of the United States. Dr. Wu, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Should I share my screen myself? Let me see. Can you see my screen? Oh.
Sí, se puede ver, se puede apreciar, doctor Wu.
All right.
Yes, we can see it, but it's not in the presentation mode.
Okay. Let's see.
The presentation mode is at the bottom right of your screen.
I know once I opened, it kind of moved to my second screen. So that is why, let me see. Share. I think this is one. Can you see the full screen now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, it's my pleasure to share our regulatory experience of the guidance for developing traditional Chinese or traditional medicine to a botanical drug. You know, this is just a disclaimer since we are working in the federal government. So then basically this presentation just reflects the views from myself. It doesn't necessarily represent any view from FDA and its policy. In the pharmaceutical industry, the drug is just like any commercial product. So we have to make sure that we meet the expectation of all the users. In essence, pharmaceutical quality is to assure every dose is safe and effective and free of contamination and defects. This is very important for botanical drug. Well, since this is the traditional medicine, in principle, we all know that traditional medicine has been used for thousands of years, And, here in the US, it has been surveyed that approximately 1 of 5 America use them. And traditional medicine, has a medical problem on the other hand, in terms of quality and uniqueness. So that's why, I would like to share that, research and regulatory experience from FDA perspective. In US, the botanical product basically are clarified, classified as 3 categories. Depend on the claim. It can be regulated as foods and dietary supplements, as well as the drug. Since all these products regulated by different center, in today's presentation, I will focus on the drug side. And what is a botanical drug in definition in the US? Any product, if it contains plant material, algae, microscopic fungi, or combination of them, it is used as a drug. That will be defined as a botanical drug. So then it can be a solution, powder, tablet, capsule, and even injectable. However, for the product derived from plant source, if it's fermented or highly purified or chemically modified, or genetically modified plants, so then these products are not regulated as a botanical drug. So then, why botanical drug had some special rules in the US based on this comparison. As you can see from the right panel, for the non-botanical drug, I use a chemical synthesized drug as an example. So for the non-botanical drug, they chemically synthesized, and it's a single molecule, and the raw material is quite stable. And the chemical drug are known identity, and the strength and the potency is quantifiable. And chemical drug, they have a clear mechanism of action, most importantly. So chemical drug without any previous human experience. In comparison, so for botanical product, it's naturally derived, and it's usually is a complex heterogeneous mixture, and the raw material is a variable, and the in most case the active component is not well identified, and the strength and potency of a botanical product, can be a variable. Usually, the mechanism of action is not clear. So then again, the last, the botanical product or herbal medicine usually has previous human experience. So given that uniqueness of the botanical product, so FDA has taken the science-based approach to the botanical drug application. So especially we provide the incentive to encourage the early phase clinical trial for the botanical product. Give from two aspects. Number one, from the CMC perspective, for early phase, unlike chemical drugs, we don't require sponsor to have extensive, identification for the active components. Then from pharmacological or toxicology perspective, as I said, so botanical product has a rich or extensive human experience. So this can be, used for substitute or delay animal toxicity study in the initial clinical trial. And up to 2019, FDA has received approximately 900 INDs in the US. So that among them, 1/3 are commercial one and 2/3 are research one. And also in terms of the number of the herb used, so then about 2/3 are single herb and 1/3 are multiple herb. So this is pretty quite common from, for instance, in the Asian country, traditional Chinese medicine, they have typically multiple herb which is combined. And among the product that we reviewed, the oncology product is the major part. And as is right now, most of the botanical INDs in the early phase, but we do have quite, about 20 are in the phase 3. These are very encouraging product to be, marketed in the US in the future. So far, FDA have approved the 2 botanical drugs. I will go a little bit of details later. And, this is just to show the interest in the botanical drug from the research or drug development perspective. It's an increase quite, a lot of, from the beginning of 1984. And the indication of these botanical product is almost, cover every area. So from antiviral, dermal, pulmonary, oncological, GI, and so on. It's just like non-botanical drug. And this is interesting. In terms of the geographical, distribution of the material come from. So then, as you can see, we have most part from Asian countries like China, India, Japan, as well as Africa, and also South America. Then, yeah, this is just, because for the audience in the South America, so then FDA has received a dozen of the botanical IND. So then the areas of treatment can be anti-pain, wounds, anti-infection, and anti-cancer. This is just to show you two approved drugs as an example how we help a pharmaceutical company to develop their traditional medicine into a botanical drug. You know, the first example is the Veregin. This product originally, partially purified from green tea. Then the raw materials come from China, and so then processed in Japan, and in the end, it was approved in 2006 for the indication of genital warts. The second example is a very interesting. The product is called the Fulisac. It's also known as a chlorpheniramine. Then raw materials is coming from Peru. You know, from the crowd plant, latex croton, licorice. It's well-known locally as a dragon blood. This plant has been traditionally used in South America medicine to treat various medical conditions like diarrhea, wounds, inflammation, tumor, insect bites, and other medical conditions. And the drug substance is oligometric anthocyanidin. The approved formulation is oral tablet in the dose of 125 milligrams for the AIDS-related diarrhea. So this product was approved in 2012. The drug was approved by pivotal clinical trial. As you can see, in the trial, so then 3 doses was used as compared with a placebo. All the 3 doses showed significant effectiveness in response as compared to a placebo. But among the 3 doses, so then there's no such statistical significance. So in essence, all the treatment doses are effective than placebo. So then we shared this regulatory experience and published it, in the Science in 2015, and still, from regulatory scientific perspective, botanical drug development remains challenging, given the fact, I use 2 examples. Veregin is comprised of multiple catechins, and in the chlorpheniramine world, even more complicated because all these catechins it's polymerized. And from chemical perspective, it's very difficult to, characterize, and that even more complex, as I said. So most of the traditional Chinese medicine, for instance, it's a multiple herbal product. So then in this case, so then 5 herbal Chinese medicine. So if you run in the HPLC, it's show the different profiling, and so that brings up the challenge from quality perspective. And as I said, so then the product usually is a complex, heterogeneous, and active components may not be fully identified, and there's quite significant variation in some product because of a geographic region, climate difference, and the traditional CMC approach alone may not be good enough to control this quality. So that is why in 2016, FDA revised its botanical guidance to take a totality of evidence to ensure the consistency of quality, and also that will ensure therapeutic consistency. And basically in the guidance, FDA emphasized that the quality control of a botanical drug studied from botanical raw material, and again by robust CMC. Then the biological assay is very helpful to measure the botanical product, its potency or activity to ensure the quality therapeutic consistency. And biological assay, it's sometimes it's difficult, but we really encourage the pharmaceutical company to develop it. Then from clinical perspective, given the variation, so then we encourage a sponsor to conduct the so-called multiple dose clinical trial and multiple batch clinical trial. So in essence, if you have a different batch, so then from clinical responsiveness, if you can demonstrate, well, the dose response is not that significant, so it's a help, to sponsor to establish specification. And so then because of time, I would like to end here. The overall FDA, encourage the botanical drug development and provide incentive for the early phase clinical trial. And we like to take a science-based approach. So that starting from the raw material control and use robust CMC, and take consideration of bioassay, and with clinical data conducted, use a multiple dose and multiple batch in that approach, so that we can ensure that botanical drug is consistent, not only in terms of quality, and also ensure the therapeutic efficacy. So I would like to end here. Again, thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful occasion to share our experience with you guys. So any question I would like to entertain if you have.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Charles Wood, de la FDA.
Thank you, Dr. Wu from the FDA. We now go on with Dr. João Silveira of the National Agency for Drugs Review from Brazil.
Ahora vamos a ir a un minuto de pausa para conseguir.
Bueno, luego de esta breve pausa, continuamos con el doctor João Silverio Perfeito, de la Agencia Nacional de Vigilancia Sanitaria, Anvisa, de Brasil. Les informamos que por un problema técnico no podremos hacer traducción de portugués a inglés, pero que las diapositivas del expositor estarán en el idioma inglés y que en el canal YouTube de la BBS-MTCI escucharán la traducción en español. Bienvenido, Dr. João. Continuemos con la presentación.
Muito obrigado pelo convite. Bom dia, boa tarde a todos que estão nos acompanhando. Acredito que vocês já estejam conseguindo ver minha tela sendo compartilhada com vocês. Vou falar um pouco sobre a experiência brasileira na regulamentação de produtos, né, para terapia tradicional, complementar e integrativa, junto à Agência Nacional de Vigilância Sanitária, a Anvisa, no Brasil. A Anvisa foi criada em 1999, há 22 anos atrás, e tem como missão proteger e promover a saúde pública, exercendo, então, a vigilância sanitária sobre produtos e serviços, incluindo processos, matérias-primas, tecnologias que envolvem algum risco à saúde, em uma ação coordenada, né, com os estados e municípios brasileiros, de acordo com o nosso sistema brasileiro de saúde pública, de forma a promover a qualidade de vida da população brasileira. Falarei hoje um pouco sobre a regulação, o status de regulação dos produtos, né, da terapia tradicional, complementar e integrativa, no Brasil, especificamente sobre os produtos fitoterápicos e sobre os medicamentos homeopáticos, sobre os produtos homeopáticos também, que estão hoje sujeitos ao registro ou a um sistema simplificado de liberação para o mercado, que seria a notificação. Hoje a gente tem os produtos tradicionais fitoterápicos e os medicamentos fitoterápicos sujeitos ao registro e à notificação, assim como os medicamentos dinamizados, que incluem os medicamentos homeopáticos, antroposóficos e anti-homotóxicos, e há uma licença, uma autorização para comercialização hoje de produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa, baseando-se claramente, né, na farmacopeia chinesa, assim como óleos essenciais, a aromaterapia, que estão hoje regulamentados e autorizados como cosméticos, aqui junto à Anvisa. De acordo com a lei brasileira, os produtos que hoje servem para tratar, prevenir, enfim, fazer diagnósticos, estão relacionados, são categorizados como medicamentos. Então, se o produto contém alguma alegação terapêutica, alguma alegação de uso, ele é considerado um medicamento e a ele são aplicados todos os regulamentos, então, específicos de um medicamento. Obviamente, temos regramentos específicos para cada uma dessas categorias de produtos, então, assim como para um medicamento sintético, a gente tem um regramento para o registro, a gente tem também um específico para o medicamento fitoterápico e para o medicamento dinamizado, mas, em linhas gerais, algumas regras são mandatórias e são aplicáveis também a esses produtos. O Brasil, como membro do International Conference on Harmonization, do ICH, alguns requisitos relacionados à estabilidade dos produtos, validações de metodologia analítica e boas práticas de fabricação são aplicáveis a todos os medicamentos, incluindo os medicamentos fitoterápicos e os medicamentos dinamizados. Temos, então, dentro do nosso regulamento, a resolução da diretoria colegiada número 238, publicada em 2018, que regulamenta, então, os medicamentos dinamizados no Brasil. Os medicamentos dinamizados, eles são preparados a partir de uma potência ativa de um farmacêutico, de um ingrediente farmacêutico ativo, né, ou de uma tintura-mãe, e tem a função preventiva, paliativa, curativa, a ser administrado de acordo com os princípios, logicamente, da homeopatia, da homotoxicologia ou da antroposofia. Então, dentro dessa categoria de produtos dos medicamentos dinamizados ou potentized medicines, incluem os medicamentos anti-homotóxicos, antroposóficos e homeopáticos. Como eu havia falado para vocês anteriormente, esses produtos são sujeitos, então, a registro, a notificação, dependendo, obviamente, da sua natureza. Mais à frente eu explico um pouquinho em relação a esses pontos. Então, a RDC 238 é a norma-mãe que regulamenta o registro, a notificação e até o pós-registro, as mudanças pós-aprovação desses produtos. E, complementarmente a essa RDC, nós temos outras normas, a RDC 318 de 2019, que fala dos estudos de estabilidade, e três outras normas, que são instruções normativas, né, INs, a número 25 de 2018, que traz as alegações terapêuticas permitidas para esses produtos, já avaliadas e permitidas pela Anvisa, a instrução normativa número 26, também de 2018, que trata dos limites de potência para esses produtos, e a instrução normativa número 27 de 2018, que traz uma lista de referências para avaliação de segurança e eficácia. Então, baseando-se nessa lista, pode-se, a partir de então, preparar um dossiê para submissão de produto baseando a indicação de uso desse produto a partir dessa lista. Os medicamentos, então, dinamizados estão sujeitos a registro, que é, né, o procedimento completo em que é necessário uma submissão prévia de um dossiê técnico para avaliação da Anvisa, né? Então, nesse sistema, a empresa encaminha todo o dossiê contendo as informações relativas à qualidade e também um relatório de segurança e eficácia baseando-se, logicamente, no que se tem já publicado sobre homeopatia, antroposofia, homotoxicologia também na literatura. E esse processo de submissão prévia à Anvisa, para então avaliação da agência e a possibilidade, então, de produção e comercialização desse produto, ela fica, nesse momento, restrita aos casos considerados de maior risco, considerando obviamente, a forma farmacêutica do produto, o processo produtivo, os ingredientes ativos presentes, sem alguma informação ou dados de tradicionalidade de uso, e eles estão, obviamente, restritos à venda sob prescrição de profissional habilitado neste caso. Nesse caso, o registro ele vai se aplicar, então, aos produtos que estão sobre a forma farmacêutica injetáveis, sob formas farmacêuticas injetáveis, ou algum outro produto que contenha tintura-mãe em diluição menor que 1 parte por 10.000, ou produtos que contenham novos ingredientes ativos, ou produtos que contenham ingredientes em escala diferente das escalas decimal e centesimal, ou ainda aqueles produtos que contenham ingredientes com potência fora do range estabelecido na Instrução Normativa número 26 de 2018, ou aqueles que estejam sobre a prescrição médica, né, condicionados à prescrição médica de acordo com a sua indicação. Todos os outros produtos que não se enquadram em nenhum desses critérios anteriores, eles estão sujeitos a essa notificação, que é uma simplificação desse processo de autorização para o mercado. Ele é um procedimento eletrônico feito a partir, então, do portal da Anvisa na internet, em que as empresas que estão devidamente habilitadas a esse sistema, que estão com toda a documentação relativa a boas práticas de fabricação para a produção de medicamentos em dia, eles acessam esse ambiente por meio do portal da Anvisa e notificam sobre o início da produção e da comercialização desses medicamentos dinamizados. Então, ela é uma autorização para produção, né, e comercialização após uma notificação eletrônica, não passa, então, sobre uma análise prévia, baseando-se que o produto ele deva estar com a indicação presente nas normas brasileiras, então, ou na instrução normativa, ou no formulário homeopático brasileiro. O dossiê, nesse caso, ele não precisa ser encaminhado completamente para a agência, esse dossiê deve ficar de posse da empresa e é apresentado à Anvisa, então, quando requerido, quando necessário, e a Anvisa faz o controle desses produtos também por meio de auditorias regulatórias junto às empresas, onde são verificados atendimentos a essa norma dentro do esquema de produção desses medicamentos dinamizados. Então, essa é uma forma de dar agilidade ao processo de regulamentação, de regularização e disponibilização desses produtos no mercado, e, obviamente, é um processo que é simplificado, baseando-se, sobretudo, no baixo risco relacionado a esses produtos, né? A gente entende que um medicamento dinamizado, homeopático, anti-homotóxico e antroposófico, ele atende às condições necessárias para essa notificação, para essa simplificação, porque são produtos de relativamente baixo risco, né? Eles são produtos altamente diluídos, a maior parte deles, e que possuem processos produtivos e de controle da qualidade bem estabelecidos por meio de farmacopeias, principalmente, ou de outras documentações técnicas. Então, se já há de certa forma, um baixo risco relacionado a esses produtos, com processos produtivos e de controle da qualidade bem padronizados e com indicações de saúde já também reconhecidas pela agência, eles perfazem um perfil adequado para esse processo de notificação. A gente tem também esse procedimento de notificação também para alguns casos dos medicamentos fitoterápicos. A RDC número 26 de 2014, ela trata então do registro da notificação dos medicamentos fitoterápicos e dos produtos tradicionais fitoterápicos, e ela vai se referir então a todo o processo de controle da qualidade da droga vegetal, do derivado vegetal e do produto acabado, que seria o medicamento fitoterápico ou o produto tradicional fitoterápico, seus recipientes e o processo de fabricação desses produtos. A gente tem, então, 2 diferentes produtos regulamentados por essa RDC, que são o Herbal Medicine, o medicamento fitoterápico. Ele precisa, então, nesse caso, apresentar dados de segurança e eficácia baseados em estudos não clínicos e clínicos. E temos também os produtos tradicionais fitoterápicos, que apresentam, então, segurança e efetividade, baseando-se em dados de uso humano e seguro por um período de, no mínimo, 30 anos. E, obviamente, nesses casos, os produtos eles acabam sendo restritos à indicação de uso deles para indicações menos graves. Os critérios relacionados ao controle da qualidade, eles são similares, tanto para medicamento fitoterápico quanto para produto tradicional fitoterápico, não havendo diferença nesse sentido. Então, para o medicamento fitoterápico, que tem dados baseados em estudos não clínicos e clínicos, eles estão sujeitos ao registro, que é a submissão do dossiê completo para a Anvisa, para, então, a avaliação da agência e liberação do produto para o mercado, ou a sistemática simplificada de registro, que é quando a empresa submete o dossiê completo relativo à produção e a controle da qualidade, mas ela vai basear a indicação de uso do produto em monografias que estão publicadas ou por meio de uma lista brasileira, que estão publicados por meio da Instrução Normativa número 2 de 2014, ou por meio das monografias da Agência Europeia, a EMA, HMPC, que são reconhecidas, então, pela Anvisa como forma de demonstrar a segurança e eficácia também de produtos fitoterápicos. Então, eles devem seguir exatamente o que ou a monografia brasileira ou a monografia europeia estabelecem para esse produto, para solicitar, então, essa autorização por meio desse sistema simplificado. O produto tradicional fitoterápico, baseado, obviamente, à segurança e efetividade por meio do uso tradicional desses produtos por no mínimo 30 anos, eles também podem estar sujeitos ao registro a partir do dossiê completo, quando a gente está falando de algum produto que não esteja presente em nenhuma monografia, ou a brasileira, ou a monografia da autoridade europeia, onde, nesse caso, quando presente nessas monografias, também pode-se requerer esse registro simplificado, ou, para alguns casos, estão sujeitos também à notificação, que é essa possibilidade automática em que apenas informa a agência do início da produção desses produtos. Então, quando é que um produto vai estar sujeito à notificação? Quando os ingredientes ativos estiverem listados no formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira e possuírem, né, monografia de controle da qualidade listada também ou na farmacopeia brasileira ou em alguma das farmacopeias reconhecidas pelo Brasil, pela Anvisa, que são 10 farmacopeias ao todo. Então isso é algo que é simples também de ser acessado. O Brasil reconhece as principais farmacopeias, dentre elas a farmacopeia internacional da OMS, e outras. Toda a regulamentação da RDC 26, ela vai passar, obviamente, estabelecendo critérios também de controle da qualidade para a droga vegetal, para o derivado vegetal, para os recipientes que vão compor aquele produto, para o produto acabado, obviamente, e também relacionados ao material de embalagem desses medicamentos ou produtos tradicionais fitoterápicos. Relacionados aos produtos fitoterápicos, as normas aplicáveis a boas práticas de fabricação, elas são as mesmas aplicadas a qualquer outro medicamento, incluindo os sintéticos, obviamente tendo uma instrução normativa que complementa essas informações. Então, relativo às boas práticas de fabricação, a empresa que produz um fitoterápico para ser licenciado no Brasil precisa estar certificado em boas práticas de fabricação, baseando-se na resolução da diretoria colegiada número 301 de 2019 e na instrução normativa número 39 de 2019. Em relação à produção das matérias-primas, dos insumos farmacêuticos utilizados na produção do fitoterápico, eles devem atender à resolução da diretoria colegiada número 69 de 2014, não necessitando estarem certificados com base nessa norma, mas devem atender aos dispostos nessa resolução. Hoje o Brasil é um membro também do PIX, da cooperação farmacêutica, então existe a possibilidade de troca de informação com todas as outras autoridades que também são partes desse esquema de cooperação farmacêutica no mundo. Temos um regulamento também específico publicado em 2019 por meio da RDC 327, tratando sobre os produtos de cannabis. Os produtos de cannabis no Brasil, eles não são classificados como medicamentos, mas sim como produtos. Eles devem passar pelo mesmo controle da qualidade que são estabelecidos para medicamentos, principalmente os medicamentos fitoterápicos ou fitofármacos. Eles são de venda exclusivas por meio sob prescrição médica, e a prescrição ela está sobre a responsabilidade também desse prescritor, do profissional prescritor, e a prescrição ela está relacionada àqueles casos onde não há outro produto disponível para tratar aquele paciente, ou que os produtos que estejam hoje disponíveis, eles não possibilitem, né, o tratamento satisfatório deste paciente. Considerando que hoje a cannabis sativa é uma planta proscrita no Brasil, de uso proscrito, a lei brasileira estabelece que é possível o seu uso com finalidade terapêutica ou com finalidade de pesquisa, mas não outros tipos de uso. Logo, dessa forma, não é possível, né, estão proibidos o uso de derivados de cannabis na produção de cosméticos, de cigarros, outros produtos, como alimentos, inclusive. O Brasil tem também uma regulamentação para os produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa, publicados por meio da resolução da diretoria colegiada número 21 de 2014, onde a Anvisa determinou um período de 3 anos para observação do uso de produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa, né? Durante esse período, as companhias deveriam notificar a entrada de matérias-primas para a produção desses produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa, e os profissionais prescritores desses produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa deveriam fazer a notificação de algum evento adverso advindo do uso desse produto junto à Anvisa também. Esse período de observação foi estendido para que a gente juntasse maiores informações acerca desses produtos, e o Brasil trabalha hoje na edição de um regulamento específico de forma a tratar o licenciamento desses produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa. Obviamente, hoje, todos os produtos comercializados no Brasil, eles devem atender o disposto na farmacopeia chinesa acerca da qualidade desses produtos. O Brasil hoje conta com, na farmacopeia brasileira, que está em sua 6ª edição, temos alguns conceitos harmonizados já com a farmacopeia europeia, mas temos 149 monografias de plantas medicinais, monografias de plantas, né, desculpem, 83 são monografias de drogas vegetais, 22 são monografias de tinturas, 19 monografias de extratos fluidos e 25 monografias de óleos, gorduras e ceras também. A farmacopeia brasileira 6ª edição está disponível nesse link que eu trago abaixo. Infelizmente, por enquanto, ela só está disponível em português ainda. São também publicações complementares à farmacopeia brasileira O formulário de fitoterápicos da Farmacopeia Brasileira, que está em sua segunda edição, foi publicado este ano com 85 monografias e 236 formulações fitoterápicas. E temos também um memento fitoterápico publicado em 2016 com 28 monografias, que é uma espécie de guia para o profissional prescritor, trazendo algumas indicações já estabelecidas para alguns fitoterápicos. Temos também como publicação parte da Farmacopeia Brasileira a Farmacopeia Homeopática Brasileira. Ela está em sua terceira edição, foi publicada em 2011. Ela traz 85 monografias. Esta, sim, está disponível no link que eu trago aqui e ela está disponível em inglês, para acesso em inglês. Temos também o segundo formulário homeopático da Farmacopeia Homeopática Brasileira, publicado em 2019, que traz 107 monografias. Ele também está disponível no link que eu trago aqui. E esse formulário, obviamente, ele vai trazer informações, assim como o de fitoterápicos traz, que subsidiam a notificação do produto tradicional fitoterápico, o formulário homeopático também vai trazer informações que vão subsidiar a possibilidade de notificação de um medicamento homeopático. A Anvisa hoje encontra-se bastante desafiada em relação a toda a questão que está sendo bastante demandada em relação à pandemia de Covid-19, mas a gente tem trabalhado sempre no sentido de tratar a regulamentação desses produtos tradicionais, incluindo os produtos da medicina tradicional chinesa, as essências da floralterapia também. A gente tem trabalhado também na revisão da Instrução Normativa 25 de 2018, que trata das indicações terapêuticas para medicamentos dinamizados, então trabalhando em sua revisão para ampliação dessa lista. Estamos também junto à Farmacopeia Brasileira e à Farmacopeia Homeopática Brasileira trabalhando no sentido de na elaboração, na validação de monografias, né, para produtos de origem vegetal e também para os produtos homeopáticos. E estamos também trabalhando em uma proposta de regulamentação que altera pontos substanciais na produção e no controle da qualidade de alguns fitoterápicos, isso sobretudo no sentido de promover uma convergência internacional no que é estabelecido em termos de sua produção e do controle da qualidade em todo o mundo, o que deve facilitar, com certeza, a troca desses produtos, então, a produtos brasileiros adentrarem outros mercados e outros produtos também chegarem mais facilmente até o mercado brasileiro, melhorando ou aprimorando o acesso a produtos de qualidade, com toda certeza. Gostaria de agradecer muito o convite para a participação neste evento. Fico à disposição logo após para perguntas. Muito obrigado a todos. Thank you, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctor Joao. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, vamos a continuar y le comunico, doctor Joao, que las preguntas serán al final de todas las presentaciones. Bueno, vamos a continuar con el doctor Hernán Benítez del Instituto Nacional de Vigilancia de Medicamentos y Alimentos, INVIMA, del país hermano de Colombia. Doctor Hernán.
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días.
Invitación, me siento muy honrado.
Adelante.
Quisiera saber cómo se está escuchando.
Se escucha bien, doctor Benítez.
Bueno, es que estamos en medio de una situación de fiesta religiosa y hay mucho ruido de fondo, pero me alegra que no se escuche por allá. Bueno.
No, no se escucha, está nítido. No se preocupe.
Muy bien. Bueno, voy a tratar de hacer un relato breve de cómo ha sido la evolución de la política del manejo de medicamentos homeopáticos, herbales y suplementos dietarios en Colombia a partir de la creación de la Constitución de 1991, posteriormente la ley que reglamenta toda la prestación de los servicios de salud en Colombia, que es la Ley 100 del 93, y cómo ha ido desarrollándose el cuerpo normativo. Hablar de normas es algo a veces un poco complicado, pero trataré de hacerlo lo menos aburrido posible. Voy a compartir la pantalla. Muy bien. Entonces vamos a comenzar hablando desde este hermoso lugar del planeta donde nacimos, que es nuestra patria, nuestro país de Colombia, en el que se han dado muchas confluencias. Como ustedes ven, estamos en la mitad del mapa, tanto de arriba hacia abajo como de oriente a occidente, y esto hace que de forma no gratuita se presenten muchas circunstancias que hacen que en el país tengamos una especie, en el buen sentido de la palabra, de colcha de retazos en cuanto a la regulación tanto de los medicamentos homeopáticos como de los medicamentos herbales o productos fitoterapéuticos y los suplementos dietarios. No es que tengamos nada completamente original, pero como decía el doctor Wu y otro de nuestros compañeros en las presentaciones, cada país tiene que ir adaptando su realidad a la legislación de lo que se está trabajando. La legislación política de Colombia se modificó muchísimo a partir de la Constitución del 91. En esta Constitución, en el artículo 49, se anota que la salud es un derecho fundamental. Si la salud es un derecho fundamental, el acceso a cualquier tipo de terapéuticas también es un derecho al que debe tener acceso cualquier persona de la población. En su artículo 13 se define al derecho a la salud como un bien. ¿Sí? Si es un bien, es algo que tiene que ser garantizado por el Estado. El Ministerio de Salud y Protección Social, después de la creación de la Ley 100 en el 93, da origen a lo que es el Instituto Nacional de Vigilancia de Medicamentos y Alimentos en el mismo año de la creación de la ley, pero el instituto comienza a funcionar a partir de 1995 y su función básicamente es regular todo lo que tenga que ver con medicamentos de cualquier origen y tal como que estén definidos como medicamentos, medicamentos y alimentos también, suplementos dietarios para el efecto de esta charla. Esta creación de la Ley 100, este instituto y la comunidad médica en un determinado momento en el campo de las medicinas alternativas comienza a generar reuniones, encuentros y a tratar de generar presión al ministerio, al instituto, para que se abriera un espacio en el que la población pudiera acceder de manera legal y de una forma en que se pudiera garantizar la efectividad y la eficacia y la seguridad de los medicamentos. Desde hace más de 100 años existe una formación de medicina homeopática en Colombia y muchísima información acerca de productos de uso fitoterapéutico, pero solamente hasta finales del 60 se crea una legislación que permite que solamente los médicos en Colombia puedan prescribir medicamentos homeopáticos y todavía no existía ningún tipo de regulación que tuviera que ver con la formulación de prescripciones de origen herbal y menos de productos dietarios. Una vez que se crea el INVIMA, comienza a generarse un movimiento dentro de los médicos que practicábamos en ese momento medicina alternativa y se genera la primera resolución que tiene que ver con las prácticas de las terapias alternativas en la prestación de servicios de salud, es la resolución 2927 del 98. La menciono aquí porque este primer acto legislativo parte como en dos.
Act started with legislating homeopathic and phytotherapeutical drugs in Colombia. Technical, scientific, and administrative regulations were established, and patients should receive this treatment with informed consent, following an informed consent. In 1995, we acknowledged natural products as pharmaceutical products with all of their characteristics. Pharmaceutical products are inside the vigilance scope of INVIMA in the country. So they were classed as natural products, but which have to comply with pharmaceutical forms that are conventional and with good manufacturing practices as established in every international standard. In 2004, a new regulation was passed. It has to do with the fact that phytotherapeutical products for use in health, in medicine, have to have sanitary registration, which is evaluated by specialists in the use of phytotherapeutical and natural products. These people come from universities and they have an important track record in using, managing, and researching this kind of products. At the same time, the resolution regulating homeopathic drugs was passed. In Decree 3553, referring to phytotherapeutical products, we see that there are natural products that are legally authorized for being marketed in Colombia. And debate starts in all of the universities. Then there's compilation of existing information to try to see what kind of medicinal plants we use in Colombia. One of them, mentioned by Dr. Wu in his great talk, is the extract of croton lychee. And we started generating information that allowed for the creation of medicinal plant vademecum in Colombia. Half of natural products legally accepted for marketing in Colombia are phytotherapeutical. The other half are dietary products of a specific use. There was a very interesting study by Universidad del Valle that showed that most authorizations for selling phytotherapeutical products in Colombia include artichoke. It has many indications against lipids, for example. We also have Calendula officinalis, that's the second in use, then Valeriana officinalis, Allium sativum, and Ginkgo biloba. There is a prevalence of use of foreign species and commercialized phytotherapeutical products because we don't have a robust pharmaceutical industry in the country. This is a big challenge because the use of medicinal plants and traditional products in our countries is very much extended. However, there is great variability concerning availability of drugs, collection, sale, and even more important, who are the people who prescribe them and how they prescribe them. This is nothing that this is not something that happens only in Colombia. It's very extended, and well, it's a very useful tool in primary care. But there is a big challenge concerning safety and efficacy for the people who use these services so they can have a quality product. It's really something very difficult to achieve. And right now, vigilance, control, and verification of how these products are supplied to the people are not things that are easy to operate. So there is a big gap between knowledge in universities and knowledge people have on using these products. Dietary supplements and specific use products in Colombia have a very ambiguous definition as it happens in many countries. When we talk about a product that does not meet the requirements established to be a conventional food or drug, and it's been called nutraceutical or dietary product of specific use. Industry presents it oftentimes as a phytotherapeutical drug. But when they find any problem with registration, they try to present it present these products as dietary supplements. Prescriptions for this kind of product, generally speaking, are free. There should not be doctor's prescription to use it. And the people look for this kind of product directly. There's a movement that's starting to request information on this among doctors. It's another big challenge we have in the regulatory field of these products in Colombia.
El INVIMA.
INVIMA, that's the National Institute on Drug and Food Surveillance or Vigilance, has a specialized room on phytotherapeutical drugs, phytotherapeutical, homeopathic, and dietary supplement drugs. Well, this has to do with the regulation of TCIMs. The definitions included here are framed in our national constitution and a law that was a milestone in supplying traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines, and this is Law 1164. In 2007, it defines traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine and establishes the medical systems that partake in this body of traditional medicine and that generate learning and teaching at universities, and also a way to sell to the general public. These products, homeopathic products, are regulated by a specific room made up by different people from different places in the country who have a lot of experience and knowledge on homeopathic, phytotherapeutical medicines and dietary supplements. In the case of homeopathic drugs in 2004, we had a decree, 3554, that regulates the regime of sanitary registration, surveillance, and control of homeopathic medicines. There are lots of similarities between our legislation, that of Central America, and that of Brazil. Some important points are minimum concentration that a drug should have to be called a homeopathic medicine. Under 1 over 10,000, it is not considered as homeopathic medicine. Above that is considered medicine. Then there was a decree that changed this, and we started to have 1 on 10,000. Equally, when these drugs are not included in official pharmacopoeias, the European, the United States, and Mexican or Brazilian pharmacopoeias, then unfortunately they did not include the pharmacopoeia of India, and we haven't been able to incorporate the Indian pharmacopoeia in our regulatory body. When a product is not in these pharmacopoeias, it must show a certificate that it has the permission of selling it and using it in the country of origin. We find this very frequently in anti-hemotoxic drugs that are manufactured under a certain rationality. And since they don't show clinical trials, they can be incorporated if it is shown that it is used in another country, in licensed in another country. following May 2005, May 27th, 2005, we have Decree 1737 that regulates the preparation, distribution, market dispensing and marketing conditions. This is OTC drugs, and to have OTC, they have to show the same clinical trials as shown by any allopathic or conventional medicine. And if there are any indications, they have to show that it's safe and effective for that indication. This kind of medicine can be sold in a mall, in a drugstore, and also in natural product shops. There are only 16. They are OTC. The filter for getting this kind of sale is to show clinical trials that are similar to those in conventional medicines. There is a less restrictive scenario, which is for unit homeopathic medicines. When they are sold in a pharmacy, they don't need a sanitary registration. There's another big challenge. The world of homeopathic pharmacies that at a certain point in time provides homeopathic medicines to people, and they have to buy from a lab that complies with requirements. However, since we have a large geography where there are more and more pharmacies selling homeopathic medicines, the operational vigilance of this kind of medicines is not thorough. People can go to homeopathic pharmacies and they present a prescription by a registered physician who is specialized in homeopathy, and they can get this kind of medicine. And we're working on a certain way of selling this kind of a drug. They go to the counter, they look for medicine without indication, but they can use it generally based upon the fact that they have used it before or they have a recommendation. But the difference between these and OTCs is that they can't make any advertising. Oftentimes, homeopathic medicines of this range require no prescription and people can buy them directly. But there should be no advertising. To make this to make this possible, INVIMA is generating a list of medicines that studies the kind of risks they have. If people go directly to the counters and request those medicines without a prescription. Well, we have published this list twice and we are updating it now. In June 2006, we had a decree that amends Decree 3554. We have adapted to some specific circumstances in the country, and we see some flexibility so that at a certain point in time, obstacles to generate sanitary registration are lesser and there's more access for the population if they have safety and efficacy requirements. In 2006, Decree 4664 allowed to have doctors expand and redilute homeopathic medicines in their offices to administer them directly to their patients, and they can have very small quantities of these medicines in their stock. Doctors who carry out these practices need to be more and more technical and better in their offices, and this can generate some conflict with service providers because entities that regulate are very demanding concerning this kind of procedures. The doctor's offices need to have minimum conditions to guarantee that patients will get products of good quality that are prepared for the patient specifically, and that the doctor is licensed for this kind of procedure. The idea is to have restrictions, but then this was allowed because the supply of homeopathic medicines in the country was very scarce, and homeopaths had to guarantee patients that they would administer the medicine because oftentimes patients could not get those medicines in the open market. In 2007, some regulations were amended for homeopathic medicines. And this allowed for greater availability of homeopathic medicines, not only in specialized pharmacies. Right now, we have homeopathic medicines, OTC medicines in many places, but those that are specifically homeopathic are sold in homeopathic pharmacies that are allowed to sell phytotherapeutical products and dietary supplements, but they can't sell conventional medicine. In 2009, we adopted guidelines for verification of compliance with good manufacturing practices for homeopathic medicine. This was very important because this led to domestic homeopathic laboratories. However, they didn't request authorization to manufacture medicines with products of our flora and our fauna. And this is of concern. Together with Brazil, we are one of the most biodiverse countries in the planet. However, the possibility of manufacturing medicines is not contemplated, and we are basically selling imported products, and we are not making homeopathic products that are obtained from our own natural resources. Of course, we need research to generate studies on different plants and animals, and this is something that the industry is not ready to finance. Decree 1239, June 4th, 2015, provides new possibilities for distributing and selling homeopathic medicines in Colombia. This was very controversial because we started having contradictory opinions, and something that has to do with how we provide the medicines to the people, and the mass media started to talk about these drugs, and this decree was very much debated. They criticized that homeopathic medicines would be provided to people in the country when there was no demonstrated efficacy. And there's still this debate. Despite this fact, consumption of homeopathic medicines, well, fell after 2005, but right now is something that is sustained in the country on an ongoing basis, and the people use conventional medicine oftentimes, but in combination with homeopathic medicine. Now we have to talk about pharmacovigilance. Homeopathic drugs, phytotherapeutical drugs, and dietary supplements are not free from adverse events. In a specific case of homeopathic drugs in Viva, based upon information that has been submitted for several years in systematic revisions, changed an instrument which is a form for reporting adverse events for conventional drugs. And we developed a report specifically for homeopathic medicines.
Uno de los hitos que hizo que se presentara
One of the milestones for this design was this report on poisoning through mercury in a homeopathic medicine. This was reported in 1991. This kind of report is not appropriately qualified, and oftentimes causality in this kind of report is not well documented. However, it shows that it's important to have a pharmacovigilance system allowing us to know if any of these medicines generates adverse effect related to their use. This is how INVIMA designed this form. It's a form to report adverse events to homeopathic drugs. Any person anywhere in the country can report adverse events. And we found that in 12 years of adverse effect reports, we only found 16 reported by the public, and only one was directly caused with a French product related to a toxic hepatitis in this patient. This was the only case, and many conventional doctors started to tell their patients that homeopathic drugs are associated with hepatotoxicity and that they should not be used. And others doctors say that homeopathic medicines do not work. We need solid evidence that allows us to say if we have this kind of event or not. That's what we have in terms of reports, very few, so there's no high frequency of adverse events related to homeopathic medicines. What is important in this form? Here, we can't see it very well, but for the first time, there was an official document in Colombia that referred to definitions that have to do with hepatic aggravation and how this is framed in the language of pharmacovigilance. And when we talk about an adverse effect or an aggravation, if we do this kind of report frequently, it needs to go to our pharmacovigilance agency, but we don't have this culture among people. And the number of reports last year was really nothing. It was zero. So basically, this is what I wanted to comment and to close.
We are now in the task of trying to find out to do research of toxicities directly related with the patient or also a chemical synthesis for the possibility of causing an adverse effect in the rest of the population. So if this is formulated as a prescription medicine, we have to understand the medical formulation. If we don't find that formulation, then we allow the patient to get this homeopathic medicine from the homeopathic pharmacy under his responsibility. Thank you, Dr. Germán Benítez from INVIMA, Colombia. And we now have the presentation of Dr. Diadelis Ramirez of the SIGMED. This is the regulatory agency of Cuba for all medical devices and for medicines. So she hasn't shared her representation with us, so we are expecting her to. Greetings for everybody. I'm Diadelis Ramirez from the Regulatory Agency of Cuba that guarantees the safety of medicines and medical devices. And I will tell you about the TCIM in Cuba. Thank you.
Gracias, doctora Diadelis.
Thank you, Dr. Diadelis. Yes, we can see your slides, so please go ahead. Thank you. So we start. I will tell you about the regulatory framework for TCIM in Cuba. The SECMED is in charge of promoting, protecting the health of the population through a regulation system and also a vigilance that is effective and transparent and ensures the safety of devices and medicines. What's the scope of our regulation? We have decision authority over medications, over vaccines, and also homeopathic and natural products and medical devices. And we know that medicinal plants are a source for many types of products, as well as cosmetic products, medications, medical devices, and food supplements. And we all know that it is an opportunity for the development of traditional medicine, because we have a great diversity and flexibility and ease of access for obtaining these medications. And our consumers demand these products because they know they are of good quality and standards, effective, secure, and accessible. And they can choose the type of medicine that they want. And there are clear guidelines for selecting the best option because there is trustworthy information. Cuba, as we all know, is an island that is in the Caribbean. Cuba has a totally free of charge medical care system, and we rely a lot on homeopathic and natural medicine. And as we have and we are a center of reference for other countries in the region, and we also belong to a network for homeopathic products of the WHO. So, how is traditional medicine regulated in Cuba? We have two authorities, the INHEM and the SECMED. And these two authorities take charge of all food supplements and all kinds of medication, natural medication and devices. And we report to the health ministry. What are the approved natural therapy modalities. We have plant therapies, homeopathy, acupuncture, also no therapy, floral therapy, medical hydrology, heliothalasotherapy, and also Ayurveda and medical exercises. And we have here we have a chart of 619 medications, of which are 172 are natural products. And among these, we have 61 in under industrial production and 111 in local production. And we have 3 homeopathics that are produced locally and 12 homeopathics of industrial production, 6 natural medication and 27 homeopathic medication drugs. And this is the production we have in percentages. The principal way of applying these, of using these TCMs is by tincture or also as a syrup. And the regulations we have in Cuba related to TCIM are the requirements for the registration of medication of natural use for natural origin for human use, the requirements for the registration of homeopathic medication, the good practices for fabrication of herbal products, the good practices for homeopathic products, good practices for natural products that are locally produced. We have a lot of that in Cuba. We have a very large production of herbal products produced locally, and we have the state evaluation of medical devices, which I will explain later on. The registration for natural products, we have classified them as class 1 and class 2. The class 1 the 2 classes are products that are completely new and others that are that are already known, but require still an authorization. So they have a simplified process. And class 2 are the new ones that have to still be submitted to authorization. And the same thing for the homeopathic remedies. Some have simplified authorization process and some have a non-simplified process. The simplified authorization is a less rigorous one, and the non-simplified one is have to undergo a rigorous process of research in order to guarantee the quality in clinical use. These are the stages of development and research for natural products, and we start with the BPA, with formulation and the good clinical practices, and then we continue with the whole research process in the labs, and then we have the authorization in order to guarantee that there have been good laboratory practices also, and all the analysis of toxicity, dosage, etc. And we ask for a clinical assay also, and then we have the different stages of clinical assays. If these are known products, we don't have to start at that point, but we can go on directly to stages 2 or 3. And by complying with all these stages of clinical trials, we After all of that, we ask for authorization, and then we can start with the industrial production, the the marketing of the product, prescription, and employment. And all these stages contribute to the safety and efficacy of the product. And what are the requirements? We need a dossier with the administrative and legal information, the license for pharmaceutical operations, the certificate of pharmaceutic products and good manufacturing practices, the name about the product, of the product and the instructions. We have the quality information that is also very important. It is inspected by us. We have the quality specifications, the analytical methodology, with recognized pharmacopoeias, the composition of the product, the description of the presentation and the description of the productive process of validation, and the preclinical information, as we said. This is applied to new products, and there must be a justification for the assays to be started, and all the pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic aspects. And because well, it's not always possible to do that, but we do the toxicological evaluation, acute and repeated doses, and the mutagenic effects. And then we have the clinical information with clinical trials that we have explained, the ethnomedical information, if this product is already known and how it is validated, in what kind of presentation, and what kind of literature is attached to it, and the post-market experience. In the case of clinical trials, as a regulatory entity, we have to verify the good clinical practice in order to guarantee the safety and prevent fraud. And so we do inspections, and as part of the process, we certify these good clinical practices in a process that is very detailed and verified. Here we have the different clinical trials we have approved or inspected during this period by the regulatory agency. And here we have the risk excipient that should be included in the prospect or the indications for the patient. For example, in the case of benzylic alcohol, it shouldn't be not be administered to children below 3 years of age. The mannitol has a laxative effect. Ethanol should not be given to hepatic patients with hepatic conditions, alcoholism, epilepsy, pregnancy, or breastfeeding, or sarcoma. And this is the level of validity of the data and that are already known. And well, we have the different types of reports and the tests. And this is also taken from the literature. We know of literature that we recognize as of high impact and of lower impact. And now I will tell you about the evaluation of traditional medication. How are they registered and how they are applied? As we know, these the sources of these medications are herbs, and they can be administered as a tea or as supplements. And we have to understand the metabolomic and the research of natural product. There are different techniques for these natural products, and there are a series of articles and that have been registered as phytosanitary products, and they have been characterized and registered as sanitary product. So what's the difference between medical products and sanitary products? Well, the difference is that the sanitary products are non-immunologic, non-metabolic, non-pharmacological. They just act as a lubricant or as a barrier or by osmosis or based on acids. So they are used for treatment or prevention of diseases, and it's not the conventional action mechanism we know, and so we regulate them as well, and we also regulate the phytosanitary medication. And in our center, we have about 10 products. Here we have the certificate for sanitary registration, both for example, the treatment of ulcerative colitis or irritable colon disease, and they have been the clinical assays in Cuba with these products. And with about the modalities that have been approved, but that are still not known by all our physicians. There is also not therapy and acupuncture. We do have the equipment, for example, for in the case of ozonotherapy. Well, these products have been fabricated in Cuba and registered in Cuba. These equipment, pieces of equipment are used in the treatment of different diseases that, for example, respond to ozonotherapy. And well, evaluate these equipment and authorize their use. For example, also, well, for acupuncture and well, we register these products in our lists. So with all these elements, we obtain the registration. We need to have scientific evidence, evidence of safety, evidence of quality through a control of quality, evidence of good agricultural practices, because we have to do it, and we have to do inspections in that sense, and also the therapeutic consistency. This is very important because with this consistent, we can validate the effects of the medication, and not only its efficacy, but also its safety. And this is one of the articles generated in our literature. This is a methodological guide for research for the development of phytomedication, including pharmacodynamics, and we have also some other documentation, such as national formulas, and another one about prescription and pharmacovigilance of these medication. This is also very important. That was done for the use of homeopathic medication in Cuba. So the message is to take home: the natural products are not as innocuous, as safe as as safe as we believe. There is a regulatory framework, and we have to establish regulations about this and communicate them. And nature provides us the seed, but not the science, and the science has to be done through a study. Thank you very much. Thank you, Diadeli. So we have now reached the final stage of this panel. Maybe, well, Dr. Charles Wood, if you can activate your camera. Dr. Joao Silveiro, Dr. Germán Benítez, and the Adelis, I believe, has not connected yet. Well, so we have reached the end of this second panel, and we are going to start with Q&A, starting with the questions through the chat. I see that several countries have made progress in the use of TCIM products. So who is in charge of regulating the cost of the resources and the input materials? This is open to your questions. Who is in charge of regulating the costs on the input and input articles, and also the well, in Colombia, it's the Ministry of Health who is in charge of that, but everything that with natural products is managed within the free market regulations, and there is no price limit for these medications. It's regulated by the the industry itself. There is only one regulation from the Ministry of Health for antibiotics and oncological products, but in the case of natural products, there is nothing that is different from the free market laws that are applied to other products, because the costs of homeopathic and natural products compared with conventional medication are 20 or 30 times below that price, and I'm not exaggerating. So there is no need, or at least no important need, of regulating the price of these products. Thank you. Dr. Germán, Joao, maybe you want to say something about this? Or Dr. Charles Wu?
Well,
in Brazil?
Yeah, in the United States, as you know, botanical drugs, just like any, conventional drug, once it's approved, after the evaluation, the clinical trial demonstrate the safety, efficacy, and the quality as well, so that they can be marketed in US, but FDA don't control the price, so that is decided by pharmaceutical company.
No Brasil, temos situação parecida com a da Colômbia.
In Brazil, we have something similar to Colombia, and also in for all the therapeutic and herbal medication, and there is no regulation of prices for homeopathic and natural medication, because it's the industry that defines this. And well, the dosage is defined for those that are distributed through the public health system. And we have one more question for you. What's the difference between vaccines and homeopathic medications? It's the same mechanism? No. In Brazil, we don't regulate vaccines as homeopathic medications or natural medication. They are completely separated from the homeopathic regulations. It's like all conventional medication. the vaccines go through several regulations and registration and are distributed as a conventional drug. And there are specific regulations applied to these.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Y una
Thank you.
última pregunta. Todos,
And one last question for all of the speakers. All medications should be based on serious medical studies in order to know their secondary effects, their therapeutic effects, their safety and efficacy. How do you know, do you think we can improve and improve the studies made and also the research? This is a question that has been asked a long way back, and the answer is not so simple. The knowledge, for example, for phytotherapy or homeopathic therapy, although they can be submitted to scientific methods, it's not the same methods as for conventional products. Phytotherapeutic medicines usually only have one therapeutic active element. So the patient, well, we studied through the effects of the patient, and it's difficult to work with this linear methodology of the conventional drug. In the case of homeopathy, it has to do with clinical studies done on human beings that are very similar to pharmacological assays, but it's difficult to find the response in human beings sometimes, and not in all cases we can go to we can guarantee an outcome because each person has a different response to homeopathic treatment. So when looking at the results of conventional medical trials, the homeopathic results cannot always be classified in the same way. So this means it is necessary to do a pharmacovigilance in order to modify the dosage and apply the different criteria, because the variability, especially in homeopathic medication, the concentration is not high enough to be able to do that. So, and we don't know also what the specific response to the different pathologies. What we have to try to do is to at least have a possibility of not causing an adverse effect when patients start using them. The efficacy and effectiveness have to be evaluated in a different way, and this is an important challenge we have in all countries where we are using these medications, and because these are not exactly the same. If we use them rigorously, the response will always be that we don't have enough data and we have to work with other designs, I think.
Exactly. A big challenge for those countries that are trying to develop homeopathic regulations, and particularly because it's so questioned. I'm going to do something in this regard.
Desafiador para todos nós.
Well, yeah, it's quite challenging for all of us.
Bem desenhado, bem definido, harmonizado com os critérios internacionais, mas a gente entende também que muitos desses produtos, como a gente já ouviu aqui hoje, os produtos de origem vegetal, eles já têm alguma experiência de uso em humano e é importante, seguindo, obviamente, todas as recomendações e o que a Organização Mundial da Saúde nos
Very
traz.
important to follow all the recommendations of WHO for their use and acknowledgement of traditional use. We have to take advantage of those information on traditional use of these products and introduce rational criteria for evaluating these products. We always forget not only issues related to users, but also clinical trials that are conducted with data that are quite similar in terms of how we use those informations. And it's important to consider that and evaluate those products that have a plant origin. Thank you very much. Because of time, I have to thank all the participants here. We have lots of doubts, many questions, and I think we need to require a special forum for regulation of natural products and medicines, because it's really a challenge within the traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. Thank you very much, Dr. Wu, Dr. Joao. Thank you, Herman, from China, Brazil, Colombia, Elise Ramirez from Cuba, Maria, all the doctors. So we have this commitment, right? We need to have a workshop to develop and share lessons learned, and so that we can together improve the regulation in our respective countries to benefit the population at large. Thank you very much. And I pass the floor to the next lecturer. Keep with Monica Galante. Thank you very much, Rocio. And thank you very much to all of our guests. Yeah, here we are. Thank you very much. Thank you all. It was so interesting, and I agree that about the fact that we have this challenge to continue working jointly in a forum ahead to develop all these topics that are so necessary, so that we can use more TCIM products in the Americas. Thank you very much, United States, Cuba, Brazil, and Colombia. And now I'm going to speak in English.
Talk with Dr. Junyu Wei. I hope I pronounced it well. She will make a keynote talk about international regulatory cooperation for herbal medicines. Dr. Junyu Wei. She belongs to the Unit of Integrated Health Services of World Health Organization, responsible for coordinating and managing the project's activities related to TCI policies, regulations, and collaborations with partners, including those on TCIM integration into health systems and services, research and training, as well as managing and coordinating TCI networks, including expert advisory panel for TCI, international regulatory cooperation for herbal medicines, NGO builds official relations with WHO under the supervision of unit head. So, Mrs. Junyu Wei, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to present you, and I hope we have a nice talk with everybody from different parts of the world listening. So many thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your nice introduction. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's my great honor and pleasure to be invited to make a presentation and be part of this summit. I'm very glad to make a brief introduction on WHO and IRCH, this network. I'm Chen Wei from Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine, TCI unit, which is under the Department of Integrative Health Services of WHO, the World Health Organization. And My presentation will be around 3 parts. The first part is about the background, the establishment, the mission, the objectives of IRCH, this network. And the second part is about the development and current status, what this organization has done. And the third part will be the works to be performed in the following years, what we will do in the following years to achieve this mission. And about the background of the establishment of IRCH, I want to introduce 3 milestone activities. The first one is in 2005 in Canada, 29 participants take part in a conference, WHO working group, and agreed by consensus, they agreed to establish a network for international regulatory cooperation for herbal medicines. And the next year in China, in 2006 October, the first annual meeting of IRCH took place. The members of 13 members of the IRCH member take part in attend this annual meeting, and the term of reference for IRCH was initiated and settled down. And 10 years later in India, the participants hand in a request and reach a resolution, request WHO to accept IRCH as a network, official network as WHO. And these activities witness the establishment of IRCH as an official network of WHO. After that, IRCH set its missions in the following issues. The first one is to collaborate and share best practices. We all know every country has various categories of herbal medicine. It's very important to advocate the collaboration and to share best practices, which is better to important for WHO to recommend the best practice to member states to improve the regulation of herbal medicine, because herbal medicine are very important health resources in the health system. This is very necessary to raise the awareness regarding the importance of herbal medicine and also to protect and promote the health safety, to introduce the safe, qualified herbal medicine to the public. And IRCH set its objectives as the following. The first one is to recognize the relevance of national context, capacity, priorities, and legislation. As I said just now, various country member states have different categories about the herbal medicine. They have different development status. So it's very important to recognize the relevance of different contexts and capacity. And the second one is to facilitate and strengthen cooperation between members. We should advocate the cooperation and experience sharing between the member states to learn from each other and share experience, information, knowledge related to the regulatory frameworks. In this way, we can assist in governing the safety, quality, and efficacy of herbal medicines, because safety, quality, and efficacy are among the priorities, among the different demands of almost all the member states. And IRCH is expected to encourage active collaboration among IRCH members to address issues and challenges identified by IRCH through increased use of MedNet to enable regular communication. MedNet, I will make a detailed introduction about MedNet. It's an important platform and important tool for members to share the collaboration and information and experience. And the second outcome of IRCH is to harmonize the views and the terminologies as far as different legislation governing herbal medicines in the member states permit. We all know different countries share the different legislation governing and different mechanism for governance. It's a very important outcome to reach a harmonized view and terminology. This is fundamental for data collection, for research, for training. So these two are the outcomes of IRCH. And from this picture, I want to show you organizational charts of IRCH. IRCH is a network under WHO. And there are 4 levels in this IRCH. The first one is the members of IRCH. It's usually the national regulator or regional agencies or bodies responsible for herbal medicine. And then we have observers. Observers usually are representatives from interested non-governmental organization. And the third level is ad hoc observers. Ad hoc observers are always the representatives which hold an interest and will be invited by the host countries to attend the meetings. And the fourth level is the working group observers. Working group observers are representatives of a global umbrella of industry association. And in the governance of IRCH, there is a steering group. Steering group, the chair of the steering group is always WHO chairs of the steering group. And then WHO will appoint a vice chair for assistance, for assisting in governing as a steering group. And will select a small number from IRCH state members to be SG member. And under steering group, we have working groups. Up to now, there are 5 working groups in IRCH. Namely, the first one is the identification of adaptation of products, which is led by Singapore and Malaysia. And the second working group is the quality of herbal materials and products, which is led by China and India. And the third working group is the evidence, which is led by Canada and Australia. And the fourth working group is on vigilance of herbal medicines, which is led by Canada and Australia. And the last one is the information sharing group. This working group is governed by WHO. This is a picture of this organizational chart, help you to understand what this working mechanism of IRCH. As to the development of and the current status of IRCH, first of all, I want to introduce currently there are 46 members within this network. It almost covers all the WHO regions from Argentina, Armenia, Australia, and to several regional organizations such as European Medicines Agency, Asian Association for Southern Asian Nations, and the Latin American Parliament. There are 46 members within this network. And up to now, the developments of the current state, I want to summarize 3 milestones. The first one is up to now, IRCH has held 12 annual meetings of 12 annual meetings and 5 steering group meetings, and has implemented 2 strategic work plans of WHO steering group. The annual meetings mainly identify and discuss the priorities issues related to quality, safety, efficacy of herbal medicine. And the steering group meetings assist in guiding IRCH development by defining priority areas, evaluate and monitor the performance of IRCH. And the strategic work plan will have detailed outputs, deliverables, activities, and timelines in implementing what has been reached consensus in annual meeting and the steering group meetings. Apart from annual meeting, steering group meeting, and the strategic work plan, I want to introduce the MedNet. MedNet is a portal for information exchange and knowledge sharing, collaboration, and e-learning. It's a very important tool for member states to discuss the issues, the challenges they are facing in the field of herbal medicine. Up to now, 30 scientific communities of practice and health-related services are using MedNet worldwide. And this collaborative network concerns mainly on a specific technical focus and audience. Is very useful and professional tool for to give technical guidance and reference in the field of herbal medicine. And this is also a necessary platform for assessing and developing expertise, facilitate monitoring and evaluation. Apart from that portal for MedNet, we have also developed a survey among member states. These surveys aim to establish criteria and indicators for data collection about the regulatory status of herbal medicine and related products. The data is collected from IRCH members. Up to now, 22 questionnaires has been submitted to IRCH, and this survey will help to contextualize the mechanism of regulation of health products by member states, such as its structure, its extent, and the requirements of regulation. And what kind of data is collected is mainly the herbal medicine drugs, prescription, and OTC, and how they categorize as herbal food additives, herbal dietary supplements, herbal functional food, and herbal novel food, natural health products, etc. Such information are collected to gain a clearly view to establish a criteria and indicator about regulation, which will help to exchange how we put our way forward in the future. And in this survey, we can see quality, safety, and efficacy are among one of the most important concerns in the member states. With respect to quality standards, most responses indicate that facilities that manufacture health products must be licensed according to GMP standards. And 13 member states indicate that store health products licensed according to GDP standards. That's insurance for quality of herbal medicine. And with regard to safety standards, 14 countries indicate a vigilance problem established for health products. And while safety of health products is required to be demonstrated by animal studies in 17 countries and be demonstrated by human studies in 19 countries. And 18 member states indicate a traditional evidence of long use demonstrating safety. That's the prospect of safety. And with the respect of efficacy standards, 18 member states respond that traditional evidence would need to be substantiate that medicine has been previously used in the way intended, while 18 answer that clinical trial data demonstrating positive clinical effects were required to be submitted for evaluation. That's the guideline for efficacy. And apart from that survey, WHO has initiated and published a global survey which shows the growth in the number of member states with regulation of herbal medicine. In 1999, only 65 member states have a regulation for herbal medicine. And in 2005, the number has risen to 92 member states. And to 2012, 116 member states have put out the regulation for herbal medicine. To the year 2018, 124 member states has stipulated the regulation for herbal medicine. It shows an increasing demand for regulating herbal medicine. And about the type of herbal medicine regulation in member states, we can see 27 member states share the same regulation for herbal medicine as conventional pharmaceuticals. And 35 member states have exclusive regulation for herbal medicine. And 36 member states have a regulation for herbal medicine just the same as conventional pharmaceuticals. The figure is based on the second WHO global survey and in 2012. To the regulatory category given to herbal medicine, we can see the different figures. The light green is a figure in 2005, and the dark green is a figure in 2012. We can see the different categories for regulation. The number is different for prescription medicine, for non-prescription, OTC or self-medication, and also for herbal medicines. The figure rises sharply from 25 in the year 2005 to 77 in the year 2012. And this is because of the tighter regulation and the strong demand for the governance of herbal medicine. And also there's the categories concerning dietary supplements, health food, functional food, general food products, and others. Such figures has witnessed slight changes during these years. About the number of member states with a registration system for health medicine, we can see the figure rise from 2005 to 2018. In 2005, only 85 member states have a registration system for herbal medicine. And to the year 2018, the number has risen sharply to 125. This shows an increasing demand and from the member states to give a strict registration system for herbal medicine to give safety, qualified, efficacy herbal medicine to the health system. And about how the herbal medicine was sold in the market, we have different methods of sale. In pharmaceuticals as prescription medicines, the figure in 2005 was 48 member states. And the figure in 2012, the figure rose to 71 member states. And in pharmacies as non-prescription medicines or self-medication or even over-the-counter medicines is also method of sale. And the figure rise from 101 member states to 119 member states. Also, there are other methods of sale, such as in other outlets as non-prescription medicines, self-medication, over-the-counter, or in special outlets by licensed practitioner, or restriction for selling herbal products, or even others. That's also the methods of sale in the market of herbal medicine. That's the development current status introduction. And now, in the following years, IRCH will aim to perform the following works. The first one is to set up WHO IRCH administration mechanism according to the term of reference of WHO and IRCH. To develop and after that, the qualifying criteria to become the member of steering group and the observers and even the working groups, because over these years, the members, observers, and the working groups have remained unchanged during these years. And the member states is advocating and calling for a reform of WHOIRCH, consider and recommend such kind of reform to invite to draw more resources into this network. And also to the MedNet, this is an important platform for sharing information and to meet the challenges. The member states should express the demand for more workshops on this maintenance and support for information exchange. That is about the administration mechanism according to different demands from member states. And then IRCH will draft guidelines and guidance document on terminology of health products, because different countries have various categories. It's important to set up principle and criteria for selecting a term and definitions of health products. This is the fundamental document we are working on universally accepted document for such kinds of standardization of terminology, and establish specific keywords, authorize the resource for data collection. This is very fundamental for the future development of herbal medicine. And we will support the development of WHO documents on registration and of health products. First of all, collect data from IRCH members, the data on how they regulate, how they sell the products, how they use the pharmacopoeia and the monographs, and then contribute to the implementation of after that of WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia. This is also a fundamental work for herbal medicine. And consider mechanism for regional collaboration on regulatory requirements of herbal medicines. These three activities will support development of WHO documents on registration of health-related products, in which the herbal medicine is a very important part of that. That's my brief introduction on IRCH. Thanks for your time and attention. And I leave my email address. I would like to answer any questions sent to my email. And thanks you. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chunyu Wei, for this speech. We have learned, certainly we have learned a lot about products and TCIM regulations. It's very neat. It's very useful to go along with new policies on this MTCI products. So very, very thank you for that. I don't know if we have some questions. I am looking in the chat for that. Let me see if I see something. I cannot see questions, maybe in the other chat. Okay. So as we don't have any more questions and we are very late in the schedule, so we are going to thank very much Dr. Chunyu Wei and tell everybody that now we have a pause of 45 minutes. After that, we will have our third and fourth panel to go along with the MTCI products, systematizations and regulation and going on this theme. So we hope to have you after these 45 minutes of pause. Remember that you can continue in the YouTube channels in Spanish and English. Remember also that the links will be in the chat because there are different links in the part 1 and part 2 of this day. And so we hope you have a nice pause, go and move a little bit. And after that, in 45 minutes, we will go along with this day. Bye-bye.